Introduce our team who will be the resource faculty throughout this 3 days program. Our principal also will be there in the team, Shilpa Madam, and I am the coordinator, Dr. Sai Leda, Professor HOD Microbiology. Then Dr. Suresh Kumar sir, he is HOD of Psychiatry. Dr. Venkat sir, he is HOD of Street Training. Then Dr. Kanindra, he is HOD SPM department. Then Dr. Mahati, she is Professor of Pathology. Dr. Shabnam, she is Associate Professor in Microbiology. Dr. Ravikant, Associate Professor in Pediatrics. So, we have 4 of our faculty registered or completed in ACME program, that is Advanced Course in Medical Education. So, this is two more new people joined in our medical education unit. I'm sorry. I borrowed both of you because of new entries in our unit. So Dr. Kmch, she is from Pediatric Department. Dr. Akshay Jain, all of you might be aware of our faculty. He is from Dermatology, BDL Department. Sir, take your seat, please.
Thank you, madam.
So if all the participants are there, now we should have an introductory session of all of you, because we have introduced our team. Let us have introduction of the participants. Before going for that, some teachers are seen. I don't know whether they are outside or somewhere. Please call them inside. So, purpose of this faculty development program, and then a few words why this workshop is required. The intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation for this workshop is the promotion criteria has become the compulsion or mandatory of this certificate. We agree? All of you? All of you, we agree or not? That is the first one. You may be having interest also. What is it? You might not be knowing many terminology which is present in our volumes which are given by NMC about a new curriculum. So this is to make our medical education is recognized in the other countries also. So we got it recognized for 10 years now. That is So the first one is introduction, ice breaking and group dynamics. So in this curriculum, small group teaching is given a weightage. So all of us should be aware how the small group teaching is done. What is small group and how the teaching is. About that we will be going. Before that, introductory session means I have introduced our team. Now you will be introducing yourself. So by name, subject and college and what you are expecting from this workshop in brief. Okay. So start from you, sir. Pass the mic, please. You tell your name, subject, college. It is our college only.
Myself, Dr. G. Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Community Medicine. I am looking forward to this workshop to know about outcome and other important things. Thank you.
Pass it on, sir. Next.
I am Dr. Srinivas,
Please.
Department of Anesthesia.
Not audible, sir. Everybody should know about you.
Hello. Okay, madam. I am Dr. Srinivas, Department of Anesthesia, Assistant Professor in Department of Anesthesia.
What are you expecting from this workshop, sir?
Learning, madam. Learning.
Learning what? Okay, sir. Please.
I am Dr. Ashrita, Assistant Professor in Department of Pediatrics. I just want to look forward for enhancing my skills and teaching for you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, madam. Myself, I am Dr. M. Koteshwar Rao, Anesthesia Department, Kmch, Katuri. So,
What you are expecting from this session, sir?
To improve
in this
how
workshop?
to improve the teaching skills to the students.
Okay. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Next.
Myself, Venugopal Reddy, Assistant Professor, General Medicine.
Please be louder, sir. Can you hear him? Is it
myself,
audible?
I am Dr. Venugopal Reddy, Assistant Professor in General Medicine. Here to learn new things and teaching patterns.
Thank you, sir.
Myself, Dr. Vijay Shekhar. I work in Department of Anesthesia as Assistant Professor in Carter Medical College.
Myself, K.V. Sri Lakshmi Devi, Obstetrics and Gynecology, to become aware of new medical education.
Thank you, ma'am.
Myself, Dr. Prashant, Assistant Professor, General Surgery. I am looking forward to learn teaching abilities from this session.
Thank you, sir.
I am Dr. Madhuri, Assistant Professor, Department of Pulmonology. I want to correct my flaws and learn new teaching methods through this program.
I am Dr. Harimansa, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry. I am looking forward to learn new teaching skills.
Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Sandhya Rani, Department of Microbiology. I want to learn how to take the atoms and SOPs also.
Thank you. Next, sir. Group number 1. Is it group number 1? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I am Dr. Pawan, Assistant Professor, Department of Pediatrics.
Thank you.
I am Dr. Prashanti, Assistant Professor from Department of Pathology. Ma'am, through this workshop, I would like to know better. Basically, we just vaguely know what is happening or what is being, how we taught, we just vaguely know. We just follow blindly the methods and all. Through this workshop, I would like to improve my skills of teaching as well as to know better what is actually the new curriculum that is implemented by NMC, ma'am.
So all of you are practicing this. Already 2 batches have gone, and this most of you are in the curriculum and teaching methods. This systematic learning it is required. That is why you are all here. Next, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Gopinath from Department of Respiratory Medicine. I am here to improve my teaching skills and analyze.
Good morning. I am Dr. PSLK Prashanti, Associate Professor in Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I am happy to be here, and I am going to enjoy these interactive sessions with the small groups and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Lakshmi, Assistant Professor, General Medicine Department.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. Lalit, Assistant Professor from Department of General Medicine.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. Shivakumar, Department of Orthopedics, Assistant Professor.
I am Dr. Y. Sanjay, Professor of Psychiatry. I want to improve my teaching skills further through this basic education.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Dr. Sri Harika, Assistant Professor in Department of Anesthesia.
Anesthesia. Thank you.
So, good morning, ma'am, and everyone. So basically, I am Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Associate Professor, General Medicine, Katuri. Basically, I am here to learn about new teaching skills and group learning and any analytics, whatever that comes new to further practice things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, start, Monica.
I am Monica, Assistant Professor from the Department of Pathology. I am here to know about various learning domains, objectives, ADCOM, which I don't know at all, which I have having no knowledge about them.
My name is Deepak Meher. My name is Deepak Meher, Assistant Professor, Department of General Surgery. And
Department of
General Surgery.
General Surgery.
And I want to improve my teaching skills.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. Ashwini, SPM Department Associate Professor. Yeah, I just want to improve my skills through these sessions. So happy to interact with you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Shruti from Department of General Medicine. So I am here to learn newer developments or newer teaching skills here.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. Sahiti from Department of Anesthesia. I am ready to learn what I have listened.
Thank you. It is looking, everything is new for you because this terminology and all you might be hearing, because we are all practicing this from 2019 only. So in your department you might be hearing these words, terminology and all, but you want to more about that. That's what I came to know what by your introduction. So all of you will be having a very good learning sessions and you will enjoy that. That's what I hope, I wish, and I hope your wish too. Let me start about a group dynamics now. So we are all in small groups. Slide change it. Slide change it. Next time. So there will be one small group activity now for you. I will take 2 groups for this. Group 2, your group numbers are 4. 2 and 4 will be doing one group activity. Other groups should observe. So later on we will collect the feedback from you also. So all of you please be very attentive during this activity. Okay. We have 5 members here. 1 minute.
all of you can make a circle. One of you can move around. Round. I want a round because other group should observe what is going on inside. So they will be standing behind you. Okay. So for your group, I will give some instructions what you are supposed to do. You have to stand behind those. All the 5 members are there. You are 5 members. Okay. You have to stand, and whom you are observing, just opposite to them, you have to stand and observe. And this is the so please come and stand behind them. So I will give you one scenario for the discussion. Okay, you are all posted in a new medical college. Okay, you are high power committee team in the college. You have to design the timetable for them. Okay, that is your task. Okay, please start the discussion. Sir, you have to observe, no talking, just observe what is going on. The first group, second group will be discussing group, participating group, and you are observing group. You will be, this is called as fish bowl. Fish will be inside, cat will be outside. Cat will be observing. The observer group is cat group, and you are the fish inside the bowl. Okay, they will be observing. Thank you. We can carry on the discussion. Please stop. Please stop. Your time is 10 minutes. 10 minutes over. Okay? Please go to your place, sir. నేను మాట్లాడతాను తర్వాత మాట్లాడతానని చెప్పు. Sir, one by one you can talk. What is your observation? Sir, your group, about your group activity, we have given the other observer group a checklist. They will tell the observations now. Okay, what they have observed. So this is not that everybody is perfect and all. This is just to know how the group activities can be more effective. So that we are teaching you, that we are learning here. Okay, so sir will tell his observations so that others also will tell their observations.
All the 5 members are interacted reasonably good. But what I observed, we don't know, because I am studied my MBBS about 30 to 40 years back. Previously we have 4 hours in the morning and
sir,
3 hours.
Please, one member whom you have observed the checklist, sir.
Okay. I observed this ma'am. She initiated the discussion in a right direction and allowed the questions from the group members also. There are no unnecessary jokes during the interaction of those 5 people. She is able to talk with all the 5 members in that group. She is reasonably giving encouraging words. Sometimes she is giving negative to the other members also. And she is not giving her opinion directly. She is continuing the discussion throughout her interaction. Her helping nature is about to moderate. Deviating from the task is not there. And basically, I feel that the ma'am is reasonably good in her interactive session.
Okay. See, all of you have heard what are there in the checklist. That they also, without the checklist, might not have done all this. But we have to know what should be done actually. So they have observed and they have marked what they have done and all. They are reading out. For about each member in the group, they have the checklist. So at the end of the group activity, what we are doing is, see, because of the time constraint, I am not asking about the other members. This is one example. So that is what other members, other observers also will be telling the member whom they have observed. Each member should observe the opposite direction whoever is sitting. The arrangement should be like that. Okay? So that it is easy for the observation. So whoever is sitting opposite, he will be observing this. This person will be observing here. Okay? That is how the observation can be going on. And any group, first selection of leader is important. Sometimes means the leader selection is by consent of other members. But sometimes what happens, somebody can take the leadership on their own. That's what happened here. Dr. Ashwini has taken the lead. So she became the leader. Actually, group means by consensus they have to select one leader. And leader's role is to make others, all the others also should participate in the discussion and equal chance for everybody. But here what we have observed is, 2 people are interacting more. One person only once, others in between. So this all the things which will be observed by the observer group. So overall, group will be more effective when the dynamics are proper. Okay? So about all of you have understood, I think, that about this fishbowl activity. It's about the other groups. Can you give some opinion about this group activity? Please take the mic. How it went. I told you to observe what is going on. Yes, what went on there? Could you see something? So what was going on there? Yes, next group.
So participating group, how to improve the activity, we can tell them by observing the people.
Okay, one group, one participating group and one observing group are there. That much you could see from there, yes, right? Even they, because they may not able to hear from that far. Okay, you need not say what you have not seen, sir. You, whatever you have seen only you tell. So you have seen one participating group and one observer group. Fishbowl activity means this is, okay? One participating group will be there. Observer group will give the feedback afterwards, how the group activity went on. So because they had a checklist, so how it should be, they have told what went on well. Now, so my observations, I will tell what, who did what, that's what I told. Somebody can take the leadership, but actually if it should be by consent of all the group members, then they can take the lead also sometimes. It is depending on the group. What went well? Can anybody tell the observer group, sir? What went well here? Did they come to conclusion?
No, the discussion time was over before they have come to the conclusion.
Okay. So, time is very, very important. So, to sum up also, they have to make it faster and so that they can come to conclusion. Then, how they could have done better? Can anybody tell? As nobody has taken down any point? Okay. So now I will be telling what are the group members' roles and all I will be telling now. Then we can do the activity better. Then observer group adds first and then performer group. You can speak now. What is your experience in the group activity? Any difficulties during the discussion? Take the mic, please. Okay. Anybody else want to speak something about your activity or your role or about the time? Yes. Madam, yourself? Yes, distribution of the roles among yourself so that, okay. Good, madam, very good. So, this activity, I think you have got some initiation about the group activities. This will be going on. These group activities will be going on throughout these 3 days. You will have a very good experience about the group performance. So, fishbowl activity. This is fishbowl activity. Group A and Group B. Did we do the same way? Thank you. So, what are the problems we face in the group? So, lack of qualified leader. So, the leader also may not be qualified enough sometimes. Then, lack of participation. Some group members may not participate in the group activity. They are disinterested, but by force they might have dragged it. Like our medical education workshop, some people may not be interested, but because of force, because they need certificate, they will come. By end of 3 days, they will get some motivation. And lack of interest in program and membership and disorderly meetings and poor group relations. This you can relate to the small group activities in your department or during your sessions in your routine teaching learning sessions. So now I will tell you what are group dynamics, how it will be done properly, systematic small group discussions where a group activity will be more effective. So group means two or more freely interacting individuals share some common identity and purpose, and dynamics means the flow of coherent activities or events and communication which will lead to the group to its set goals. Some groups may not have goals also. They are known as informal groups. They don't have any goals as such. It is a friendship groups, fans groups, some sports group, hobby-wise groups will be there, and quality circles. They are just chatting. Our means whatever is our opinion, we will give in the group. So they don't have any goal to achieve. Okay, they are informal group. Formal group, they do something productive. For example, in our institution we have NABH group. Why there is NABH group? For accreditation work, for communication. They don't chat regularly, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, like that. Isn't it? So what is essential for their function, that only will be shared. Contributes to the success of larger organization. It may be triads, dyads and small groups, and within the group there may be subgroups also. Group, assembly of individuals gathered together, while a functional group is assembly of individuals working together and committed to achieve a common goal. Okay. So effective group is a diverse group, the people with complementary abilities like perspectives, ideas, knowledge, skill, techniques and competencies who collaborate to accomplish common goals for which they are accountable together. So we have like academic group is there, HOD group is there, NABH group is there, and NABH doctors group is there. Purpose of each group is different. In our department we have students group. Every batch we have a group, microbiology group. And in students also WhatsApp group discussions will be there. For 10 members we have separate small groups. So the purpose of each group, purpose of making the groups itself is different. Learning groups are there, and only social groups. Just chatting, wishing, some messages, that type of groups also are there. After this WhatsApp, no, it is so many groups in our phone, completely full of groups only. And now I want to tell what we actually have in a group. Group leader, recorder or scribe means who will be noting down the points. One person should be a recorder, and timekeeper. So when I gave the group activity, that is mentioned there, 10 minutes. And I told Panindra sir, please note down the time and tell me, because somebody should be there to keep the time. And reporter means at the end, submit the result and read out. That is reporter. All should participate in the discussion. These roles should be keep on changing. This, all of you, please remember, when the small group teaching is done, we tell them that a leader should be there and a recorder. All this we will be telling them. But what happens is, some dominating people, students will be there, those who speak more, they want to be leader every time. Did you face that in your class? Did you face that situation, sir? Because all those who will be taking a role of leader, always they come first. Every time they want to be leader. But one of the role of Indian medical graduate is leadership. We have to teach them. There won't be separate curriculum for that. During the small group activities, during the activities only, they have to learn by doing. Okay, give the leadership on rotation so that they will gain the leadership leader's role also. They will learn how it should be. So there are various stages in every group activity. They are known as Tuckman's 5 stages. First is forming. Like you have introduced yourself. This is also a group activity only. Workshop is a small group, 30 members. Beyond 30 members, it becomes a large. Okay? So, forming. Forming means knowing each other. And storming is settling about something. Some OP means the time is not suitable, and this is the time where the conflicts will be there. This time is not suitable for me, I cannot come, like that will be there, isn't it? So after so many discussions, the norming will be there. Norming means everybody will come to some opinion because they have to go further. And performing. So this is the outcome. After outcome, adjourning. Adjourning means they will disperse. You will be going to your own departments after this workshop. You won't remain here, isn't it? But it is not the end. You will be implementing whatever you have learned here. You will be implementing. And what is your observations? You will be giving like a feedback. What is your observation after taking the workshop? Is there any difference? That is the feedback, reflections, what we do after going to your department. So what you have to think, what happened, what I have learned during workshop, what next, so what we have trained, so what, will you leave it like that? What next, what you are going to do? This is known as reflection. Okay, once we are trained, what we are going to do? That is done after adjourning. That helps in the feedback. Again, whenever group activity is there, the forming, storming, that stages will be done, but it will be much easier. So these further slides, they explained about these stages only. Like forming, members orient themselves to each other, and conflict, difference of opinion, varying views and contradictions will be there, and sometimes it may be discomfort also. Okay, so but we have to come to consensus, and some members may remain completely silent while others try to be vocal to their ideas across forcefully. That happens in every group activity, that is during storming. So next stage is norming, where they will come to consensus. Members begin to know and identify each other. Growth of cohesiveness and unity. Because all of us are responsible adults, we know how we have to go on. So at one point, everybody should come to, means they will adjust. Some people will, what are the pros and cons, they will discuss and they will come to the common conclusion. And get involved in active discussion and problem solving issues, share ideas and opinion and give feedback to one another. Establishment of roles, standards and relationship is during norming stage. Performing is where actually this is performed. Actual activity begins. Each member is a task oriented, and as I told you, in our groups, everybody's role they will start playing, and it is outcome, how the outcome of the group activity is dealt. Adjourning means it is the terminal stage wherein the participation and achievement of each group is concluded, and we can call it as a postmortem after the group activity. What was done good, what is done, what we could have done. We have discussed after fishbowl activity, like that. So next time we can do far better than the previous group activity. Groups in medical education. What is required, what should be done actually in small group teaching learning sessions. To learn better when advantages of these small group teachings. If you go through our curriculum, most of the time, number of hours is given for interactive sessions like small group discussions. For all must know, it is small group is more effective than lectures. Learn better when actively involved. Peer instruction and teaching each other. Learn more fully and with less effort, and learn in context and simulate the real world use of teams. All these we can see in groups, group activities. Advantages are learner centered. I told you this is our curriculum is taken from SPICES model. SPICES model is from 2015 they are talking about this new curriculum. And some institutions have already followed some of the integrated sessions and something ASCII sessions. Many institutions started at that time only. So SPICES means student centered. S is for student centered. S is for student centered. P is for problem based. I is for integration. Community training. Community based training. E is for electives. And S is for systems approach. Systems approach means input, processing and output. Any system will have that. Input means here students, faculty and other infrastructure. Processing means our teaching methods. Output is the qualified doctor. So medical education, medical college means if you take as a one system, input is faculty, students, all the manpower. Processing is the methods what we use here to train them. Output is qualified doctor. That is systems approach. So I think is it different from the traditional teaching which we had earlier? Is it different or is it the same? Madam, when did you finish your MBBS? Which year? 92. So that time we didn't have this new curriculum, because whatever teacher says we were listening. We didn't have many integrated sessions, electives we didn't have, problem based we didn't have. So this is a new approach which we have now. That's what I want to guess. Means tell. Previously we didn't have this type of curriculum methods. Now this is introduced because to make more active learners. Lectures time is reduced now and interactive sessions time is increased, because to active learning should be increased more. Then generic competencies allow students to develop generic skills and attitudes desirable in their future practice. Advantages are integration, facilitates and integrated core curriculum and motivation, fun for students and tutors. Those who actively do these small group sessions can enjoy this medical education. Anybody who are in the part of this means who are actually doing small group teaching sessions, anybody, you can share your experience here. Dr. Prashanti, small group discussion.
Students interact better, ma'am. Whenever we give a topic, one student comes with one opinion and other comes with another opinion. At the end, they interact better and they communicate also better, ma'am. And in fact, students sometimes just remember ఈ జోక్ వేసాడు కాబట్టి నేను ఇది మర్చిపోకుండా ఈ రకంగా అయినా గుర్తుపెట్టుకుంటాను. ఆ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటరాక్షన్ కూడా చాలా ఫ్రీక్వెంట్ గా.
Thank you very much. So this yes sir. Mike. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you are talking about active learning, and which will be retained for longer time, required for our medical profession. Not just to read some. Did you face any of these problems? Sometimes students come and ask important questions. Did they ask you important questions? Which patient is not important? So every patient is important to us. Tell that. You have come to the profession where you are dealing with a human life. Every point is important. There is no choice here. Okay? Every case is important. Think yourself as a patient. You are not important. Everything is important. So, this is what is seen, means experience shared by Dr. Prashanti, sir. They have narrated. If anybody wants to share, you can share during lunch hour and tea also. So, these are some of the experiences. Already we are experienced. That is why I asked them to share. So, advantage is deep learning will be there. Than sitting in the classroom thinking about something else, physically present and mentally somewhere else. So that is what happens in passive learning. Sometimes we go into sleep also. So most of the time it happens, and we will see, we get angry on them. There is no point in becoming angry. Okay? We have to involve them in learning so that they become active. Right? Constructive approach. Students activate prior knowledge and build on existing conceptual knowledge frameworks. They ask for these group discussions. Okay? If you conduct 1 or 2 sessions effectively, they will ask for the sessions. Why group dynamics in medical educations? Takes care of unmotivated students. Takes away spoon feeding and passive learning. Effective when compared to lecture. So, do you agree for this? All of you? Please, I want to agree the thing from all of you. Yes or not? Some voice is not coming. So, that will be done during a large group session, sir. Sir is waiting for that. See, they will be telling how to make large group also effective. So some limitations are there in a small group session. That is inexperience of teacher and learner hamper group process. If teacher only do not know what to be discussed, then there is no effective group teaching. Inadequate preparation and participation of all members of the group. Frustrating when members are of significantly different levels of knowledge and skill is there. This happens most of the time. And what happens? Some expectations will be there among the group members. Others are they don't know about that. That leads to the frustration. This also I have to tell you like that. And unpredicted.
Now we'll be dealing with learning, domains of learning, principles of adult learning. These are the topics we'll be learning now. What is learning? Somebody? What happens after learning with us? Very good. Change. Improve our skills. Very good. What's that? Improve in personality. Change in our behavior. If we learn something new, our behavior towards it changes. Right? Accept something new. You see, there is water. We don't know swimming. Then we respond different to that water. If we learn swimming, then our attitude differs. The way we see that water differs. What we can do differs. Our behavior towards that particular instance differs. So, that particular change in our behavior is learning. Learning of anything. Anything changes our behavior. The way we look towards it, everything changes. Okay? So, we learn something, we behave in a way, we experience some problems maybe, and then we change again, some more things we insert into ourselves, again we act, again we experience something new. This is a spiral. Okay? That is called learning spiral. Coming to the domains. What are the various domains?
Psychomotor, cognitive.
There are three main domains, and of course four there are. Now there are four. The main three we will discuss first. Cognitive,
psychomotor, affective.
Affective, psychomotor domains. What is cognition? Knowing something. Knowing some knowledge, thought process. All this comes under cognition. Affective means our attitude, our emotions, our feelings towards something is attitude. And psychomotor is a skill. Our motors act on it, our hands act on it. Skill, it's a skill. We keep on improving our skills. And communication is another domain. Okay? Initially first three were very much increased, and now communication is given much importance in our medical education. Since recent years, communication is given very much importance. Of course, from day one of the medical school, we are giving importance to that particular one. Okay? Start up now. What is adult learning? Where are adults? Of course, medical students itself, everyone are adults coming there. School learning and adult learning differs, right? School learning is pedagogy, children. Andragogy, adult learning is andragogy. Okay, what is how it differs? Tell me some differences, whatever you know. Yeah, adults already has a platform towards something. Very good. Yeah, we understand very easily. Good. Difficult to? Maybe teacher side. From teacher side, it is difficult to train the adult. Do you think? I don't think. Yeah, they have their own ideas. They try to learn. If they are interested only, they can learn. If they are not interested, if you sit simply here, nothing goes inside. Right? Advanced type, very good. They already have something and they want advanced courses in their interest. Whatever of their interest, they try to learn more and more. Very good. Is that? Okay. Yeah, goes down. Okay. Something. Sir? Very clear. They are very clear and straight. Okay. Something else. Maintain. Newer knowledge. A newer knowledge of whatever we are already having. Newer knowledge. Very good. Precise. From learner's perspective, Chapan. You are learning now. Now tell me whatever you are feeling. Sir? Attention span is very much better for adults. Very good. Okay. New innovations. Very good. Not whatever is given subject antvarike chodam. As adults, we try to have newer approaches towards anything.
They have better orientation for what they are learning. That's
better
orientation for
better
what
orientation
they are
towards
learning.
whatever they are learning.
Yeah, why they are learning,
They
they
are
know
not
that.
forced
Yes.
to learn something.
So what they are going to do after learning, they know very well.
They
so
know,
that,
yes.
yeah.
Yes. So they are already motivated from inside.
Yes.
They are already motivated from inside. Whereas children, maybe parents or teachers will be motivating from outers. Okay. Grades, they have to get grades. They don't. But here, our own necessity, our own need, our own circumstances are the motivation for us. Adult learning principles. Okay. Okay. So these are the adult learning principles. So class is over. Just slides even here chodam. Okay na? అది ఒకసారి చూసేసి గ్రూప్ యాక్టివిటీకి వెళ్ళొచ్చు మనం. సో డొమైన్స్ అర్థమైంది కదా. బిఫోర్ దట్ డొమైన్స్ హౌ మెనీ ఆర్ దేర్? 4 are there. Yeah, cognitive domain is now called as knowledge domain, K. Okay. The second one is affective is attitude, A తో మనం కన్సిడర్ చేస్తున్నాము. అండ్ S skill, communication C, KSAC కింద కన్సిడర్ చేస్తున్నాము ఇప్పుడు. ఓకేనా. S is skill, knowledge SAC కింద రిసీవ్. సో సార్ communication part, what everything sir, whatever lesson we take, how we communicate to the other person. It could be single to single, it could be a group, it could be patient to patient, attendance to skill communication. Manaki medical education సంబంధించిన, teachers to student, student to student, student to teacher, all these are under communication. So learning process, domains and principles of adult learning. Learning is change in behavior of the learner, as we already told. The process of learning includes input being given, so that output will in between the processing of whatever input we are giving and learning process, and then output will come. The change in behavior will come in the learner. That is the process of learning. Next, this is the learning cycle for a medical, take for example medical student. There are competencies and learning objectives for him to learn. There are assessments in between various teaching learning methods and materials, textbooks, whatever notes we are giving, whatever classes we are taking, everything, and curriculum alignment together. These are all included in curriculum alignment. This is the learning cycle of a medical student. Experience are doing, then registration analysis, reflecting towards whatever is done, reflecting towards how it is done, anything better it can be done, any flaw it is done, and then we'll have another idea, and then we apply it, taking another action, and then there will be a new experience, and then again doing. This is a spiral, goes on, it goes discussing. So these are the stage, from lower stage to the higher stage in knowledge attaining. Knowledge is just knowing something without understanding. Knowledge, just having knowledge. Comprehensive, we understand whatever knowledge we are having, and then applying your problems, we apply them. Analysis, synthesis, and then evaluation. This is the stages. So just we need to know basic this one, and then time you can know all these steps. Knowledge comprehension is only recall area. Application analysis is interpretation ability, and finally problem solving area. So group activity, there is a given in your paper ఇచ్చారు అందరికీ, ఒక డొమైన్ అందరి గ్రూప్కి ఒకటి ఇచ్చాం, అందరికీ కాదు గ్రూప్కి ఒకటి ఇచ్చాం. దిస్ వన్ దాంట్లో అందరికీ ఒక కాంపిటెన్సీ ఇచ్చాం. ఆ కాంపిటెన్సీ కింద KSAC కింద డివైడ్ చేయండి. మీ కాంపిటెన్సీ ఏంటో అక్కడ చెప్పండి. ఓకేనా, డిస్కస్ చేసుకొని చెప్పండి. అది నాలెడ్జ్ డొమైనా, యాటిట్యూడా, అవన్నీ నాలెడ్జ్ డొమైన్ కింద చెప్తామా, అవి డిసైడ్ చేయండి. అది డిసైడ్ చేసి చెప్పండి. పెన్ తేలా, ఇదో పెన్ ఇక్కడ తీసు, ఇది ఇక్కడ తీసు. ఓకే, ఇది మళ్ళీ తీసారా? ఇది జస్ట్ డొమైన్, ఏం చేయాలనేది అక్కడ ఇచ్చాం. ఆన్సర్స్ తీసుకొని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ దెమ్ దట్ ఇది ఆన్సర్స్ లిస్ట్ ఉంది కదా అది ఒకసారి అదే తీసుకొని ఒకసారి డౌట్ ఉంటే దానికి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడానికి తీసుకొని డొమైన్ని అది ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశారు నోట్స్ అని మీరు ఇచ్చారు కదా ఆన్సర్స్ సో దట్ యూ కెన్ బెటర్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ఇట్ సరే ఇది ఎక్కడుంది యా ఆ తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ లైన్ చూడండి అంతవరకే చూడండి ఫస్ట్ లైన్ వరకే చూడండి కేఎస్ఏసి వరకే చూడండి అంతే ఒక లైనే చూడండి మీ ఆబ్జెక్టు దేని కిందకు వస్తుంది మీ కాంపిటెన్సీ దేని కిందకు వస్తుంది సెకండ్ది మీకు సంబంధం మోస్ట్లీ ఏ విల్ బి దేర్ ఇన్ విత్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ సో ఏ వదిలేయండి మిగతాయి చూడండి చిన్న క్లూ అది ఏ ఉండదు మోస్ట్లీ ఏ ఈజ్ రిగార్డింగ్ ఎమోషన్ ఆఫ్ ద స్టూడెంట్ కాబట్టి మీకు సంబంధం లేదు మిగతాయి మూడు చూడండి నాలెడ్జ్ డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఈజ్ స్కిల్ చూడండి అట్లా చూడండి జస్ట్ knowing and recalling comes under K. After writing, you should be able to explain it. Why? నన్ను నా ముందు పెట్టి తీయబోతుంది
అందరు వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు
అది మరి యాక్టివ్ పార్టిసిపేషన్ అంటే అంతే కదా నన్ను అలా తీయటం అవ్వదని చెప్పండి ఆ కెమెరా నాతో పాటు పట్టుకొని నాతో పాటు తిరగటం అవ్వదు నేను పిల్లల దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళిపోతాను టైం ఫాస్ట్ కానీ ఓకే అయిపోయిందా గ్రూప్ నెంబర్ 1 మీ కాంపిటెన్సీ ప్లస్ ఏంటో చెప్పండి ఏ డొమైన్ మీ కాంపిటెన్సీని చదివి డొమైన్ ఏంటో చెప్పండి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ఇట్ వై చెప్పండి
demonstration of technique of asepsis
వినపట్ల all of you please follow everyone's
demonstration
ఆన్ అవ్వలేదు అనుకుంటా పట్టుకోవచ్చు యా ఏ డొమైన్ చెప్పండి జస్ట్ ఫస్ట్ అది చెప్పేసి డొమైన్ ఏంటో చెప్పి ఎందుకో చెప్పాలి ఈ మైక్ ఆన్ చేయండి ఈ మైక్ ఆన్ అవ్వలేదు ఆ మైక్ ఆన్ అవ్వట్లేదు ఎవరికి ఇది వస్తుంది అది కాదు వాళ్ళకి మేడం Yeah, please be attentive. Group number 1. Competency is
Demonstration of technique of asepsis and suturing in a simulated environment.
demonstrate the techniques of asepsis and suturing in a simulated environment. It is
Knowledge and we talk about.
Yeah, one more thing to remember. If we go to skill, it's obvious knowledge is done. Okay na? అక్కడ ఆగుతుండేనే చెప్పండి. స్కిల్ అయితే స్కిల్లే చెప్పేసండి, నాలెడ్జ్ చెప్పవసరం లేదు. స్కిల్ ఈజ్ ఆబ్వియస్ దట్ వితౌట్ knowing knowledge we cannot have a skill. So it's a standard going on. Okay, knowledge is the basic one, skill is the highest one there. Yeah.
Skills, scrubbing.
It is skill. It comes under domain skill. Doing and showing something is a skill with hands using. Okay, very good. Second group, give them a big claps. Keep encouraging yourselves. 3 days undali. Okay, keep encouraging ourselves. And I keep on encouraging you also. Okay. Yes, somebody. Read the competency and then domain. Explain it. Yeah, clap before. Encourage them.
Definition, classification, describe the etiology comes under the cognitive function.
Group number 3, define, classify.
And etiology comes in knowledge.
Yeah, okay.
It means only it is cognitive function.
Yeah, knowledge domain.
Yeah. So diagnosis, investigations comes under every.
Okay.
That is attitude and how to evaluate the patient. So how to management is comes under skills, psychomotor.
Management during pregnancy and labor. Okay. No. Antara, define, classify, describe is the competency. Not doing something. Defining, classifying, describing the etiology, pathophysiology, ivanni. Cheppatam varike. Comes under
cognitive.
Knowledge domain. Very good. Clap them. Define, classify, describe the etiology, pathophysiology, diagnosis, investigations, so on, so. Whatever. Only defining, describing. That comes under knowledge domain. Not doing anything. Very good. Next. Group number 5. మైక్ తో సార్ అందరూ వినాలి. ఆన్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది. ఎన్యూమరేట్, ఎలిసిట్, డిస్క్రైబ్ అండ్ డాక్యుమెంట్. ఎస్ సార్. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? ఎలిసిటింగ్, డూయింగ్ ఇట్. యా, we do. స్కిల్ కిందకు వస్తుంది. ఓకే, వెరీ గుడ్. గివ్ దెమ్ ఎ బిగ్ క్లాప్. యా, యువర్ గ్రూప్. గ్రూప్ నెంబర్ 6. వెరీ గుడ్.
Describe age-related nutritional needs of infants, children and adolescents, including micronutrients and vitamins.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
Describe the age-related nutritional needs of infants, so and so. Describing them is a knowledge domain. Very good. Group number 4 now. Yeah, both here describe, discuss, enumerate the indications and communicate them to the patients. So here it is a knowledge domain and communication domain. Very good. Big claps. Next, group number 2. Yes, ma'am. Knowledge domain. Very good. Describe the pathogenesis, clinical features and hematological indices of hemolytic anemia. It's a description. Knowledge domain. Very good. Claps gettiga kottandi. Yeah. That's the group activity for domains. Next we will see adult learning principles. So First, differences between child learning and adult learning. Children, they learn what they are told to learn. అదే కదా పెద్దవాళ్ళు మనం చెప్తాము, టీచర్స్ చెప్తారు, they learn that because they think that is important, whatever is told. Here, learn what we perceive to be valuable. We should feel that it is valuable. No one will enforce it to us. View learning content as important because adults tell them it is. Have different ideas about what is important to learn for us. In educational settings, children are much alike, similar. But here, we differ in many things. Groups composed of differing age, background and experiences. Surgical experience, medical experience, they like this, we can take, okay? Readiness to learn linked to development and readiness to learn linked if it is needed. Right now we are all here, it is needed. Learn because it will be of use in future, more concerned with immediate applicability. Externally motivated, like giving grades, giving them prizes, praising them, and internally motivated. We discussed already all these things. Differences cheppannappudu most of us dealt with these things. Motivated, we are motivated from inside. We want to learn. Adults continue to learn new knowledge and skills throughout their lifetimes, and learning is associated with taking on new roles, tasks in the community and in work. Now coming to the principles, there is a safe and non-threatening environment for adults. Learner is an active contributor to the whatever discussion is going on. Build on existing knowledge, relevant content, participatory, problem-centered approach, support for self-directed learning. What is self-directed learning? SDL antam. SDL, part of our curriculum now. Self-directed learning. Students learn by themselves some topics. Self-directed learning. We learn things. Because of our own interest, we learn things here. Whereas students, we will tell them to learn something on their own. We don't teach, we don't interact first. We give them the topic, they learn and come, and then we discuss with them. Self-directed learning. Constructive feedback. Whatever things happen, again feedback will come. Okay, after learning, what is feedback? Anything, for anything feedback, what is feedback? Feedback can be constructive, destructive, but it should be, for a teacher, it should be constructive feedback to the student also. Like, for a student, like giving them marks is a feedback. We teaching, we get the feedback, and itla cheppunte bagundi ila chestunade feedback, constructive feedback, and again we act on it. Building on existing knowledge. Ask the students to think and write, build on the prior. If we go to the class now, initially we go to a class, what do we do? Directly go to this one? Just now we started a class, I came to know what all you know about that. That is initiation. Building on the knowledge what we are having, from there we can go forward. Without knowing the status of the knowledge, if we start something whatever we know, it may not be understanding to that, to the audience who are there, students are there. So building up on the knowledge what they are having, first go there, related to the topic we talk to them, whatever the knowledge they are having, and we build on that. They lead us, we build on that, and then we go into the topic. Building on the knowledge. Builds on and values existing perspectives, knowledge and skills, links new knowledge to the real life context, and this is the good way to start a class. That's a very good way to start a class. Students will come into the genre where what we are going to teach, they start hearing. Because first we interacted with them, we came to know their knowledge, and then we began from there only. Okay? Safe and non-threatening environment. Safe and non-environment for experimentation and practice with new information and skills adults can do. That is principles of adult learning law. Okay? We are free to experiment in whatever we are doing. Our skills we can experiment. Okay? Safe environment is there. Comfort, good health, sensory inputs, flexibility. Adult education is relevant. New information and skills are relevant to the workplaces and communities where we work, where we live. Opportunities are available to apply our knowledge and skills immediately, not like future. Children అయితే 10th standard 5th standard చదివేదంతా కూడా ఫ్యూచర్ కు ఉపయోగపడుతుందని చదువుతారు. స్టార్టింగ్ లో చెప్పుకున్నాం మనం అది డిఫరెన్సెస్ చెప్పుకున్నప్పుడు. Here it is immediate applicability. We go on tomorrow, we can apply this. Whatever we are learning in this here, in the classes we can go and apply. Immediate applicability. Learners are motivated to learn to fill new tasks and roles. Adult education is mostly participatory. Learners are actively engaged in the learning process, creates opportunities to practice applying new knowledge and skills. It is supportive. Learners receive positive reinforcement such as praise and encouragement. Learners receive constructive feedback to help them to improve their knowledge and skills. We learn here, I teach here, you learn here, we all learn here as the process going on. Now today, this is my first in MU anukunna first. So I get a constructive, ila cheppunte baagundedi, inka ila cheppunte baagundedi anedi, we get feedback. And then again next time when I am teaching, I use all those feedback, all those feedback use cheskoni again I try to make it better and better so that I can make the class more interactive, you people more interesting also. Clear? So this is feedback process. Input, learning process, output is there, and then feedback comes. Again I start a newer version. Again I do it. The process. Adult education increases the opportunities, fasten the opportunities for self-directed learning. Learners take responsibility for what they want to learn. Learners are active participants in the learning process, and during a course, learners move from dependent to self-directed learners. Okay? Adults retain whatever they hear, 20% of that they retain first, and then 30% what they see, 50% what they hear and see, 70% what they hear, see and say, and then 90% if they do it. Clear? This much we can retain. Just hearing, we retain only 20% after some time. And then we see the thing, 30%, both together 50%, 70% if we talk on that. If you say something, we remember 70% more. 90% doing is the best way of learning. Doing is the best way of learning. So the last ones. Adults learn best when they feel valued and respected. The learning experience is active but not passive. The learning experience fulfills their needs. They accept responsibility for their learning. Their learning is self-directed and meaningful to them. Their learning addresses ideas, feelings and actions. New material related to whatever they have known already. Asal teliyindaithe malli interest undadu. What we know related to it, we learn. The training environment is conducive to learning. Learning is reinforced again and again. Learning is applied immediately. Learning occurs small groups, and the trainer values their contributions. You say something, I don't respect it and I go on teaching, then immediately your learning stops there. If I give respect to whatever you say and then again I talk on that, then your interest improves. So these are the various areas where adults learn better. Okay. Now again, group activity. Each one of you think a learning scenario where you have learned best. Where you have learned best. Share with your whoever are there. Okay.
Neighbor. Next person to you.
Okay na?
Think,
share with that.
pair and share.
And later, why it is best అనుకున్నారు మీరు. 3 points రాసి చెప్పండి. అందరూ చెప్పండి. Please do it. Recent times లో where you learned one best learning scenario for you. You discuss with your neighbor.
Whatever happened till now.
Whatever it is not related to subject.
Neighbor. Next person whoever is sitting to you. Discuss and write down.
Yeah. Ante.
Fast.
Adem pedda exam kaadu kantle.
1 minute activity. 1 minute. It is given there.
Yeah. Think alone for 1 minute. And then
share with the small group.
Share with your group members, and then we can reveal them. ఎప్పుడైనా ఇప్పుడే కాదు ఇదైతే బాగానే గుర్తుంటుంది, ఇది కాదు. అప్పుడు నాకు మేడం కాంపిటీషన్ వస్తుంది, అలా వద్దు. ఏదైనా ఒక మంచి సినిమా చూసి నేర్చుకున్నా కూడా చెప్పు మేడం. అయిపోయింది దాంతో. వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ లెర్న్ బెటర్. కిడ్స్ మస్ట్ హ్యావ్ taught us whatever it is. Write down 3 points of your best learning experience. Write it down now, 3 points. ప్రతి నిమిషం యాక్టివ్గా ఉంటేనే 3 రోజులు గడుస్తాయి, నేను ముందే చెప్తున్నా. That particular scenario is best. ఎలా బాగా నేర్చుకోవడానికి ఉపయోగపడింది అలాంటి కండిషన్స్ అవి కూడా అనమాట. 3 points. Very good. Next. Anybody from this? Every group ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళ minimum చెప్పాలి. Yeah, very good.
I'm Dr. Prashanti. I'm saying about a thing which is not related to medical issues.
Okay, done.
Yeah, I have learned recently, 1 month ago, from my son that when we are driving a car, especially a manual car, we have to shift the gear according to the gear shift indicator. First, initially I neglected that, but when I followed that thing, and my car mileage has been improved from 8.5 to 12.
Very good, very good. Yeah, he has a good observation in that, which we neglected actually.
Yes, actually first initially I thought why I have to listen to my kid.
Okay.
And when I practiced with that, I found the result actually.
That's true. No, anywhere. Yeah. Yes.
Here also we can learn many
We
things.
can learn a lot of things.
Yes, your group.
So after that learning, again we act, we have a positive thing,
Yes,
we have
anybody.
another experience. So that is the learning process.
Discussed, no?
Next. మైక్ వినపట్లేదు. ఆన్ అయిందా?
సార్ కూర్చోడు.
In that story, she clearly explained life is all about experience. So sometimes we feel like ఇది నాకెందుకు జరిగింది, ఇలా ఎందుకు అయిపోయింది అని చెప్పి మనం డిప్రెస్ అయిపోతూ ఉంటాం. But I felt like, that is all experiences which we can learn and improve in the better way. And discipline is the utmost importance in life. అనేది ఆ స్టోరీ బట్టి I do understand that. Because I mean, if we study hard and if we are a top ranker also, without discipline we can't grow in life. That was clearly explained in that story. So I do follow with my kid and myself. So I think, I mean, hard work, discipline matters in life. Nothing else.
By reading
Yes,
books,
yes.
learning experience by reading. Very good.
Somebody's experience.
Learning from
Other
others'
groups
experiences. Okay, good.
Others also. Please come out.
From this group?
The same thing will happen in our small group discussions also. Unless we tell them, come up, come up, come up, nobody will come up.
Yes. Yeah, from this group.
You are all teachers. You have to.
Yeah.
This is regarding.
Yes, sir.
Madam,
Yes,
this
yes.
is regarding recent election results.
Yes. Very interesting. Everybody became alert. Thank you. Thank you.
People not only need welfare schemes but also development and overall state development.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
Learning
Everybody
from
has learned
experience
that.
again. Learning from
Leaders-
experience again.
leaders
Very
should
good.
have the
Yes.
interaction with the local bodies. Local.
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Yes. Thank
Good.
you
Thank you, sir.
for making everybody alert.
Excellent.
My group.
Here. ఇక్కడ చెప్తున్నారు మేడం.
Man.
Recently,
Yes. Yes. Our own experience. Yes. Yes.
అదే సార్.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Self-analysis. Self-analysis. Yes.
దానికి బెటర్ వర్డ్ ఏంటి ఇప్పుడు మాట్లాడుకున్నాం. నో ఇప్పుడు మనం మాట్లాడుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు
I told you, sir.
లెర్నింగ్ స్పైరల్ లో చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా, లెర్నింగ్ సైకిల్లో
3 questions I told you.
అగైన్ చెప్పే ముందు ఒకటి చెప్పాం. Reflection on our, yeah, how it happened, why it happened, how better we can do.
So what next? This is reflection.
Yeah, learning spiral lo adi kuda cheppuna, reflecting and then doing again new experience. Ayipindi 11:15 ki ayipindi.
Yes, anybody?
Last
Sanjay చెప్తుంది కదా.
చెప్పారు కదా, చెప్పలేదా? చెప్పండి.
we don't have that much knowledge, but we get the knowledge from who are having more knowledge person. That is
Yes, some knowledge people we can acquire knowledge. Yes, those who know better, we can know. From this group, Manasa.
Recently we had one interesting case discussion in our department. After that I have learned that we have improvised our skills and knowledge about diagnosing cases, different cases.
Yes, by practicing one thing, we can improve our skills. Yes, from this group, anybody? Told already. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Now we can conclude.
So let us close.
అయిపోయిందా?
Yeah, అయిపోయింది.
Okay. Next we will have
Thank
a
you.
group photo. Group photo outside. Outside. Group photo outside with our dean and principal, and followed by tea. So after tea, next sessions will continue. So are you happy with the workshop till now? Yes. Bright faces, smiling faces I have to see. See, you may say yes with lit frowning face.
ఎల్లుండి వెళ్ళబుద్ధి కానంతగా బాగుంటుంది. డోంట్ వరీ, విల్ గో అహెడ్. ఇంకా జరిగితే బాగుండు అనే ఫీలింగ్ వస్తుంది. ఓకే, న్యూ ఫ్రెండ్స్, న్యూ క్లాస్మేట్స్, మళ్ళీ పిల్లలు ఫీల్ అవుతాం. సో వీలైనంత ఫాస్ట్గా కనిచేద్దాం. రండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
I want to say is why adult learning is much stressed here is our MBBS students are considered as adults. We have to respect them. We cannot treat them as a school child. Okay? Pedagogy is for school children, andragogy is for MBBS. That is why our curriculum includes self-directed learning also. Okay? So from now onwards, we have to make them responsible learners. We have to go in that direction.
Objectives for a competency. So the origin of competency-based education, it is an outcome-based education which started 60 years ago, and the emphasis was more on the learner and the program outcomes rather than how the process is going about. The traditional curriculum till now what we had was revolving only about the knowledge objectives and emphasizing on the institutional process rather than the product of the program. Rather than seeing what is the outcome which we actually want from a student in the community or an individual level in healthcare system, we were more focusing on what is the process of education. Besides the curriculum decisions and the curriculum processes are secondary. So we are more worried about what is the goal. Based on the goal, we will prepare our curriculum. It has been applied across multiple professions previously. Right now in medicine also it has been proposed for over 50 years, but come into play only recently. So the whole system of competency-based curriculum, there are different tasks or functions assigned to a medical graduate with lot of outcome requirements on characteristic and abilities of a graduating doctor, various competencies which are laid down on the different domains, the knowledge, skill, attitude and values wherein ATCOM plays a role. We will have that session tomorrow. The different teaching learning strategies and the various assessment methods what you are going to use for that same competency throughout. What is a goal? What do you mean by a goal? Some final task you want to achieve. That is a goal. Okay. So it is a projected state of affairs that a person or a system plans to achieve. Where do you want to go and what do you want to become? That becomes the goal. What is the goal by NMC? To produce competent medical graduate. Okay. So the main goal is to create an Indian medical graduate who has the knowledge, skills, attitudes, values and responsiveness so that he or she may function appropriately as a physician of first contact of the community, but at the same time they should be globally relevant. Like what ma'am was talking about the World Federation of Medical Education. That is a global renowned way. So we should be in a way to compete with that also. So keeping those major goals in mind, we will be creating our goals, what we want in our community. And the student who is coming out as a medical graduate will be the physician of first contact. So we want to make or produce a student sending them out of the medical college so that they are having all these qualities into the community. We will see what are those qualities. The different roles of an Indian medical graduate once they are out. They have to be like a clinician, a leader and a member of the healthcare system, a communicator, lifelong learner and a professional. So clinician who understands and provides preventive, promotive, curative, palliative and holistic care with compassion. Too many words, right? Yeah. A leader of the healthcare system with capabilities to collect, analyze, synthesize and communicate the health data appropriately. A proper communicator who can communicate with the patients, their families, colleagues and community. Is this lacking? Is this lacking? How many of you think it is lacking? Communication skills? Hands should not be here. Hands should be up here. Yes. Okay. So rest all agree that we are all having good communication skills? Or the students who are coming out are already having good communication skills? Okay. lifelong learner, committed to continuous improvement of skills and knowledge. What are we doing right now? Lifelong learners. Okay. Professionals who is committed to excellence, ethical, responsive and accountable to the patients, community and a profession with proper ethics. Now what is a competency? The habitual and judicious use of communication, knowledge, technical skills, reasoning, emotions, values and reflections in daily practice for the benefit of the individual as well as the community being served. So in short, competency means what needs to be done keeping the goal in mind. Who is competent? The one who does it. Competence is what one is doing. That is competence. Are we clear about the three terminologies? Okay. Have you gone through the volumes? Volume 1, 2 and 3 which has been sent to you? Okay. Have you at least seen how many pages are there? That makes sense why we didn't go to the volumes. Okay. But there is one such a page which is giving you a gist of all the competencies. In the beginning of the volume, this is a clear instructions how to go about that whole volumes. Okay. So volume 1 is for pre and para. Volume 2 is for medicine and allied subjects. Volume 3 is for surgical and allied subjects. Okay. So if you get a chance to see those 300 plus pages, please go ahead or at least check your own subjects. So we have such kind of a table. These are called as competency tables. The first will be the serial number and you will have a subject. Subject will also be given in yellow in that competency tables. So in subject again you have a topic, general physiology. This is one example. Your own subjects numbers. Those are competencies. On your tables also one whole sentence is written and there's one number which is given before that. Short form for your subjects. Have you checked out that sheets? Those are the competency number. This is the subject. PY stands for physiology. Same way for surgery SU, pathology PA, micro MI. Like that different numbers or shortcuts are given for that subject. The next number which comes is the topic. After that a decimal and then you have one more number. That is a competency. Under one topic you may have 10 competencies, you may have 2 competencies or there might be only one competency. Okay. So if it's the first topic general physiology, the competency is PY1. The next point 1 is the first competency. If you have another competency it will be PY 1.2, 1.3 like that. So please go back home. Just have a look when you have break time. Just at least check one topic and see how they are divided. Different subjects, different topics, different numbers are given. And that competency is already given in the second column. The third thing is for that competency, what is the domain you need to follow? The third is the level of domain. Knows, knows how, shows how and perform. These are the next levels. So for that competency, what domain and in that domain, what level needs to be followed. Next, is it a core competency or a non-core? Core is something which is mandatory. The student has to learn it and then only come out of to become an individual medical graduate. 90% of the topics which are given are core competencies. Hardly maybe 5 or 10% are non-core. They are good to know. It is advisable for them to study, but it is not core. So if it's a core, it will be Y. Y is just yes. Next, suggested teaching learning method. For that competency, what kind of teaching learning methods will you use? If it's a large group, what method? If it's a small group, what methods? We will have one session. Next session is on teaching learning methods. You will have an idea of as to for certain competencies, what methods do you think you can implement? And even if you are unaware of what method I want to implement, NMC has already given you. So you can follow the same. Next, suggested assessment method. For certain competency, what assessment method you want to assess the student? If it's something on skill, how will you assess? If it is only on knowledge, how will you assess? So various assessment methods are given. You can do a combination of different methods and assess the student. Next, number required to certify. Certifiable skills. In the whole of the competencies, in the whole volume, there are certain skills which are certifiable, and those have to be performed, seen, demonstrated by the student, and we have to see whether they are, and we have to certify them. So each subject has certain certifiable skills. Next is integration, vertical integration and horizontal integration. Details of that will be dealt in the further sessions. So did you understand this competency table? Okay, just have a look at this table once in the morning, once in the afternoon, so that it will be easy for you to interconnect all the sessions which are happening in all the 3 days. So these are examples of various competencies. I have just put them out, but there are hundreds of competencies which are given in your textbook, in your books. So you can follow the ones which are there relevant for your subject. You will have an idea. What are specific learning objectives? Goal, role, competencies, and next come objectives. We had that one topic can have many competencies. Now each competency can have different objectives. So it is a statement of what a learner should be able to do at the end of a specific learning session. At each session at the end, the learner should be able to do something, either perform or get a knowledge or demonstrate any skills or demonstrate the change or behavior in the attitudes, all those. So in other words, what the IMG should know, do or behave. So based on the cognitive domain, based on the attitude or the ATCOM or the psychomotor domain. So there should be a behavioral change in any of these 3 or all or a combination. That depends on the competency. So this is the paradigm of CBME. This is all interlinked. So healthcare delivery has a goal. To meet the goal, graduates have to perform many roles. What are the roles? The 5 roles. Clinician. It's a must. Clinician, lifelong learner, professional, leader. We again forgot the one which is actually communicator. Okay. So these 5 roles. So C square, L square, P. And leader.
Last one is
P. Professional.
Because it will be there throughout these 3 days.
To perform those roles, they need certain competencies, and to attain those competencies, they need to meet certain objectives. And it is not one-time thing. It is an ongoing monitoring, wherein when we need any change or anything, any assistance given, needed for the student, we will be giving along the way. So CBME is competency-based medical education. It's an outcome-based approach to the design, implementation, assessment, and that students tell and teachers learn. No, not like that. What do you mean by learner-centered? More role is given to the student. Okay. So it focuses on the outcomes. It's independent of the length of time in training. It's not about the time. It's about what the student knows and is able to do. It allows individualized learning. It is flexible. It is self-paced. You can give certain topics to the students for them to learn. It need not be today only they have to finish. They can be given certain period of time. They can learn. Again, there is a scope for improvement. As assessments, different assessments like formative assessments, this time they have not improved. Again, see what needs to be improved, and again you can reassess them. Students are in charge of their education as never before. So the differences between the traditional curriculum and the competency-based medical education. The driving force for curriculum and goal in the traditional was the content. It was more focused on knowledge acquisition. How much are we applying of that knowledge? We don't know. Now it is more of knowledge application. The driving force for the process was teacher oriented. Now it's student oriented. The responsibility for the content was previously only on the teacher. Now it's both the student and the teacher equally responsible for the learning process. The assessment tools, there was single and there was subjective assessment. Now we have multiple levels of assessment, multiple stages, and objective. It's very like, how would you describe objective? Certain things are given certain weightage. So based on that, a student can be assessed. Setting for the assessment, now it is direct observation. Then and there you can modify or teach or train the student there itself, teach them, and then they can proceed. There are some things like DOAP and DOPS. You will learn in the other teaching learning methods regarding them. Next, assessments, norm referenced, and now it's criterion reference. These will be dealt with in different types of assessments. The timing of assessments, previously emphasis was more on summative, where there would not be any scope for change for the student. Now, the more emphasis is on formative. How we develop or introduce the formative assessments is up to our departments, up to our college. So this is the overall structure, how each of them are related. But how I would like to remember them is as an umbrella. The goal is the umbrella, and the handle of the umbrella is the competencies. And different spokes of the umbrella are learning objectives. They're all interconnected. So let's move on to learning objectives. So these are the ones which you need to frame for every class you take. So a competency will be given, and specific learning objectives for your session you have to frame when you are taking a class. Why do we need to frame learning objectives? Why we need to frame objectives? Why can't we just randomly tell? Yes? Yes, sir? In a systematic way. Okay. Precise and specific as to what is required. Okay. Next. In a systematic way. Okay. Anybody else? Evaluation, better evaluation. Certain topics, certain weightage, better evaluation. Okay. There will be a focused teaching, selecting the appropriate method for that certain objective, better evaluation programs, weightage of the certain marking systems for specific objectives, directions to the students, what kind of directions you can give to them for achieving those objectives, and to communicate to the stakeholders. This is the SMART criteria for writing objectives. SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. When you're framing objectives, your objective should fulfill these criteria. What do you mean by specific? What do I want to accomplish? You should be very, very specific. That objective when you're framing, you need to know that at the end of the session, the student should be able to accomplish this. Measurable. How will I know it is accomplished? How will you measure it? Achievable. How can it be accomplished? Realistic. Is it really feasible to be accomplished in that certain period of time? That is time bound. When can I accomplish? Are we having a time bound? In what way? By the end of that academic year. We have that academic year, yes? So in that academic year, is it possible to accomplish that or not? That will be time bound. So elements for writing a specific learning objectives. It is the ABCD format. Your objective should have these 4 contents. What does A stand for? A is the audience, B stands for behavior, C is the condition, and D is degree. We will see examples for that. Before we go in for the examples, this is also a table which is given in your volumes. Can we please switch off the phones or keep them on silent? So when one competency is given, for example, identify the etiology of meningitis based on the given CSF parameters. From that competency, what are the different objectives you can frame? So one is, at the end of the session, the phase 2 student should be able to enumerate the most common causes of meningitis correctly. This is one objective. Second, at the end of the session, the phase 2 student must be able to enumerate the components of the CSF analysis correctly. Third one, at the end of session, the phase 2 student must be able to describe the CSF features for a given etiology of meningitis accurately. Lastly, at the end of the session, the phase 2 student must be able to identify the etiology of meningitis correctly from a given set of CSF parameters. Now, among all this, what have we deciphered? Who is the audience? Who is the one who has to accomplish all this? Which student? Specifically written. Phase 2. So that becomes the audience. Audience is who will be doing it. Next, behavior. Behavior is what should the learner be able to do. So each objective, they will be doing something different. Yes? So that is what is behavior. Condition. Under what condition should the learner be able to do? Here one condition is accurately. Accurately, are they doing exactly correctly? Sorry, accurately is not the condition. Given set of CSF parameters, the condition can be very restrictive. In this, are they able to do? That is becomes a condition. Last one is degree. Degree is how you are relating it, whether accurately or are you giving examples like out of 5, 3 times they should do correctly. That will be like a degree. So with this example, we will frame our audience, behavior, condition and degree. So one example is, at the end of the clinic, the student should be able to collect 5 ml of blood from the antecubital vein of an adult patient without any assistance and without causing hematoma. Now who is the audience? The student or the learner. So the student is the audience. You can be very specific with your objectives. You can be very specific who that student is. Whether it's first MBBS, second MBBS or third phase MBBS part 1 or part 2 or an intern or a postgraduate. Now the same case scenario, what is the behavior? What should the student be able to do? Tell me, what should they be able to do? They should be able to collect the 5 ml of blood. That is the behavior or the action which they need to do. So for behavior, we use certain verbs. It should always be in the form of an action verb and exact task to be performed. Avoid using the words like know or understand. Can you measure know? Can we measure understanding? We can't measure it. They're very ambiguous words. You can't be using them in behavior. So there are a certain list of verbs which you will be using in for framing. Next, condition. Under what condition? From the antecubital vein without any resistance. That will be the condition. So at that deadline, at the end of the clinic, they should be able to finish it. For examples, given the data or from a diagram or a certain chart is given, from that they should be able to enumerate or list out. And here without any assistance. Next, degree. How well or how accurate are they going to do that work? That is your degree. So here, without causing you can think Springer Iles tube, okay. How will you assess that accurately? Okay, placement, okay. So you should have something. If this is there, it is done. If it is not there, it's not done. Any other examples? Okay, mass condition, clinical examination. How will you put that in that degree section? So what exactly do you mean correctly? So you should have a checklist. So in that checklist, are they fulfilling this many number? Maybe 3 or 4 out of the 5 checklist. So that should be your degree. For example, at least 4 or 3 common or 3 major. Omitting not more than one step. Suppose you have a task to be performed, some skill. So you have number of steps. So out of the 10 steps, are they doing 9 out of 10? So like that, those are your degree. Accuracy of at least 90%. And lastly, in this case, without causing hematoma. So in this SLO, we had at the end of the clinic, the student is the audience, shall be able to collect 5 ml of blood, that becomes the behavior, from the antecubital vein of an adult patient without any assistance, that becomes the condition. Lastly, without causing hematoma is the degree. So here in this objective, all the 4 A, B, C, D format is fulfilled. Okay. So you will also be forming objectives for the competencies which are given or placed on your text, on your tables. So how many ever learning objectives you think will set into that competencies, you can prepare. But make sure all these audience, behavior, condition and degree are included in those objectives. That will be your group activity. You want to comment on these qualities? Are they perfect objectives? In some, audience is missing. In some, condition is missing. Record blood pressure. Who will record? Is there a checklist? Is there a steps? Under what condition they will record? Only behavior is mentioned. List 3 major causes of abdominal pain. The degree is given. Who will do? So each of these are not the complete learning objectives. Okay, so your learning objectives should include all the 4 components. So this example, now you will tell me who is the audience. At the end of first clinical posting in pediatrics, third phase part 1 student must be able to demonstrate to the observer assessment of a child's weight to the accuracy of within plus or minus 100 grams. Now who is the audience? Third phase part 1 student. Okay. What is the behavior? Demonstrate to the observer assessment of a child's weight. Taking weight. Condition? Accuracy is condition or degree? What is the condition? The end of first clinical posting is condition. Degree? Accuracy of plus or minus 100 grams. Did you get this now? Yes? Verbs list is already given in your spiral bound books which are given. So keep that page open and finally frame your objectives for the competencies. Okay. That is your group activity. It depends if that is a shows or a perform activity, then it can be. It depends as to what is your competency. If not page number, I'll just project it here. Yeah. So use these verbs and frame your objectives. For the competencies which are Now each group has a competency which is placed in your table. Yes, surgery or pathology or OB/GYN. So for that competency, yes. Where is that paper? No, one more paper is there. This one. This is your competency which is placed in each table. For this competency, please frame your learning objectives. First write down what is the audience, who is the audience, behavior, some terminology. One word you write down regarding each point, A, B, C, D. At the end it will become easy for you to frame the objective. Time 2 to 3 minutes. At least frame one objective. At least frame one objective. Three minutes, one objective only. For behavior, what all verbs can be used? It's given there. Choose accordingly based on that objective. Your objective should start with the terminology. A phase 1 MBBS student should be able to, and then attach your verb after that. hands up. So you're framed? Framed or on the process of framing? Write it on the board. Markers are kept on your table. Please write that on the board. Don't just send one person into the lion's cave. He's your group member. Support them. Okay, that's group. Group number 4. Okay, good. Group 5 and group 6 have very nice unity. They are not left any member alone. Everybody is near the board. Good, good. You can get up, go help him out. ఫుల్ ఫ్లెజ్డ్గా అది అలానే పెట్టాలి మ్యామ్ అక్కడే రబ్ చేయకుండా, ఎందుకంటే మళ్ళీ దానికే వాళ్ళు టీచింగ్ లెర్నింగ్ మెథడ్స్ అసెస్మెంట్స్ కంటిన్యూషన్ రాసుకోవచ్చు. యూ నీడ్ నాట్ రైట్ డౌన్ హూ ఇస్ ద ఆడియన్స్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద బిహేవియర్ సెపరేట్లీ, జస్ట్ రైట్ ద అబ్జెక్టివ్. వెన్ యూర్ టెల్లింగ్ యూ కెన్ డైరెక్ట్లీ టెల్. Any group which has already finished writing? Writing pani ayipindante vachedamena. You are ready to present your objective? Ippudu asal question, whose job is it to present?
Reading that. Somebody who is presenting, you will go and read just, because all of you have done that job. The presenters, it is not a presenter's job alone. So all the blame goes to your group.
అందుకే అందరు నుంచుంటే గ్రూప్గా అక్కడ కూడా ఉంటారు. అదిగో ఆ గ్రూప్స్ లాగా. You wrote, you have written. Is it done? Shall we start with the presentations? You are ready? Okay.
So please take your seats, please. The presentation starts now. Group by group. Take your place.
Take your mics. Group?
Group 4, ma'am.
Yes. Can we all listen?
All of you be in your place. Please listen to the other group.
You can listen to the other groups. You will also get ideas.
Please come. Take your seats, please.
Yes.
So our objective, ma'am, it is that an intern by the end of medicine posting should be able to discuss, describe and enumerate the indications and communicate effectively to a patient on pneumococcal and influenza vaccines so that the patient should accept to take the vaccine. So our audience is an intern. The behavior is to be able to communicate to the patient. The condition is he should achieve it by the end of the medical posting, and to the degree that he should able to convince the patient to accept to take the vaccine.
Which domain is it, sir?
Knowledge and communication.
There are 3 domains. First one is knowledge, second one is skill, third one is
Attitude and attitude.
Affective domain, which includes attitude and communication. So, under which it will fall now?
Knowledge.
Communicate falls under affective domain. Affective domain. The outcome questions we will give like this only. Communicating, counseling, informing, all this comes there. Okay? So that is how we have to learn. Okay?
One more idea, you can break that into 2 objectives. One is the communication part and the other is the knowledge part. You have written discuss, describe and enumerate. That can become the knowledge part. Communicating effectively to the patient becomes the communication skills. So 2 learning objectives you can write.
Only one verb should be there. Only single verb should be there. Always specific learning objective means unit. One single unit. See, competency means many may be there. We have to break down that into several objectives. Each objective will have only one verb. Okay?
Good. Thank you, ma'am.
Nice. Next group, who will be presenting? Just get up. Group 6, ready? Yes.
At the end of the lecture in pediatrics, a phase 3 year 1 student must be able to enumerate at least 5 micronutrients and vitamins and their sources in the diet according to the age-related needs of infants, children and adolescents. Yes, the audience is phase 3 first year student.
Yes. The behavior?
Behavior is enumerate the various micronutrients and vitamins, that is the regarding knowledge.
Okay.
And by the end of the lecture, that is the condition.
Okay.
And at least 5 or by age rated we have to give.
At least 5 is your degree.
Degree, ma'am.
Condition can be according to age related needs of infants, children and adolescents. That can be your condition.
Okay.
Good.
Which domain?
Knowledge. Which is the domain?
Knowledge.
Taxonomical domains 3 are there. Cognitive, psychomotor and affective domain. Cognitive is knowledge domain, psychomotor is skill domain, affective domain includes attitude and communication. So here which domain you are concentrating?
Knowledge.
Knowledge domain, because it is enumerated. Can you tell the level of the knowledge? Because Miller's pyramid also sir has told, Panindra sir has told, levels. First is listing out, recall type. Second one is comprehension, explain. Okay, so the levels will be increasing because the undergraduate question paper when we set also, listing out and second part of the question will be explain, describe and all. Isn't it? That is knows how. Knows and knows how will go into that cognitive domain or knowledge domain. Is it clear for all of you? The domains also we have to know when we tell the objective. Objectives, because taxonomical domains and objective will be there. Depending on that only teaching learning method also will be varying. Assessment also will be varying. Whether we are doing a theory or practical is based on the domain. So anybody else is ready?
Any other group? Next group? Okay, fine. Okay, you want to go ahead.
At the end of the session, the third year postgraduates, At the end of the session, the third year postgraduates must be able to demonstrate the technique of suturing in a simulated environment under strict asepsis with proper approximation.
What kind of a domain is it? Skills. Okay. What is your audience behavior?
Audience are third year postgraduates.
Okay.
Behavior is to demonstrate the technique of suturing.
Okay.
Condition is the end of the session and stimulated environment.
Simulated environment is your condition. Okay. Next. Degree.
And, the degree is under strict aseptic conditions and
Close approximation. Okay. Good. When somebody is doing good, you applause. Yes. Next group. Vinpadledu sir. Okay. Loudly.
A Bcme partner should be able to enumerate, describe and illustrate symptoms and signs of anxiety disorders according to ICD-10 criteria at the end of clinical course.
Yes. What is your audience? Who is your audience? No, domain. Knowledge domain. Okay. 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 So you have a standard guidelines according to which they will be putting down the list of signs and symptoms. Good. You're all satisfied? Yes. Good. Next, your group, ma'am.
At the end of final year MBBS part 2, the student should be able to describe the etiology, pathophysiology of anemia, and should able to investigate and manage it, and also should convince the patient to get treated.
Okay. You have
So
mixed.
audience is knowledge.
Knowledge.
Domain is
Okay.
knowledge. Audience is a final year MBBS student.
Okay.
The behavior is to describe the etiology.
Describing the etiology, pathophysiology of anemia.
Condition is at the end of the final year, and degree is when they convince the patient to take the management.
Degree, you're telling your behavior is describing the etiology.
Yes.
So, and the degree doesn't become convincing. Convincing again becomes a communication. It becomes a skill domain. So, in your description of the etiology, is there a checklist or number how much you want percentage of the etiological agents or pathophysiology? Is there an accuracy? So that becomes your degree. How much? Communication again will be a totally different domain. So your etiology, there are 10 etiological agents. There are 9 out of 10 or 5 out of 6, something like that. That becomes your degree. Okay, so you've told etiology of anemia. So what are the different types of anemia? If they're able to list out 5 out of 5, all the 5 you want them to list out, or you want them to list out 4 out of 5, that becomes your degree for that objective. Your communication and effective communication will become your second objective. That will be highlighting some other domain. That will be your skills domain. For that you can create another objective. You need not form only one objective for the competency given. You can have multiple objectives. Okay, and each objective can have a separate teaching learning method, separate accordingly assessment methods also. Okay, so don't erase what is written on the boards. Teaching learning methods you can add to that objective. So if any modifications have been discussed in this session, you can make that modifications and keep it there. Done? So I think by now we have all had an idea how to write the specific learning objectives. Please let your all the 6 groups. Yes.
Satisfied? Good performance? Applause.
This performance, this batch have you presented? No, batch present. Batch present chesar ma'am. No, they have presented. Yes ma'am. This batch is missing still. చేయలేదు రాసాం కాదు డైలీ ప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి. Mic is not working. Mic. Use this. Yeah, now it will work.
At the end of academic year, a phase 2 MBBS student should be able to describe the pathogenesis, clinical features and hematological indices of hemolytic anemia to an accuracy of 90%. Audience, phase 2. Describe by the end of phase 2.
By the end of academic year. So they have the whole 1 year duration where they can learn your class degree.
Accuracy by 90%.
Accuracy of at least 90% of guided text and clinical manifestation they should be able to describe. Okay. See, when it comes to your degree, if you have a checklist or if you have certain guidelines as per these guidelines or according to this checklist, that also you can add it as your degree. Okay?
Thank you all.
Thank you everyone.
Sir, I invite Dr. Suresh sir and Dr. Venkat sir, who will be giving a very nice presentation next about teaching learning methods. Methods hai kada sir?
Thank you, madam. So, after the significant interactive lecture, now we will be having teaching learning methods, which you all know, but we will enumerate and we will discuss about these things. There are mainly 3 types in the teaching learning methods. Any idea what are they? 3 groups. Teaching learning methods, 3 groups. Okay, we will proceed. Next slide. So the objectives of this session is enumerate various teaching learning methods, use the principles of interactive learning in larger group, understand the various methods used in small group teaching, understanding changing the role of teacher from information provider to felicitator. That is the most important thing. You are no more a teaching doesn't go just like giving a lecture, or it is only you are providing the information facilitator. That is our main role. So in this, what are the various methods of teaching learning methods? Anybody?
So you have finished all the introductions and everything. I think you know, you are all good teachers. You are already in the teaching profession. So you know the different methods of teaching. So you need to just name them, that's all. Yes, from each part. We'll
you can see the
here.
book. You are just
So just what are all the teaching methods?
Seeing Google and answering has become a fashion now.
Methods.
So you can see it from the book itself. Now a complicated question. Self-directed learning. Yeah.
So one is self-directed.
So self-directed learning. 2 types of methods. So already in the first slide which we have presented, 1 slide back, sir. Use the principles of interactive in large group, understanding various methods in small group. So large group teaching and small group teaching. 2 are there. And third one is individual group, personal.
Already you are doing those methods.
Which we are doing already. So among the large group, what is the main common thing which we are doing everywhere?
Lectures.
Lecture. Is it not? So that is the major one, lecture. So what are the advantages of lecture?
Can address a large group of people.
So advantages of lecture can address at same time large number of people. Is it not? Saves a lot of time, faculty few, students more. Then lecture will be more useful. Okay? And then will
Can be used for knowledge oriented,
Knowledge domain.
Lectures are for knowledge domain, not skill. So theoretical.
Okay. So, good. Sit down. So from this side, what are the advantages of lecture? One, they have said, you can address the big gathering at same time. Lectures are given by, big lectures are given by qualified persons. That's what sir says. And all other small lectures, individuals, they are unqualified.
Not like that, sir.
Then?
Lecturer will do all the research and collect the effectively data and he will present.
Excellent, excellent. What's your good name?
Fanikumar.
Fanikumar deserves ovation. He has answered. So the lecturer gets prepared for the topic. He is the person who knows about things, does research, does study, and then imparts the knowledge to the other people, to the students or the big people. That is one major advantage.
What are the other methods? We'll go for the just enumeration.
Okay.
We'll go and then we'll each and every
Right,
one
sir.
we can.
So what are the other methods apart from lecture? Later we will again personally talk about each thing.
So already I have classified large group and small group. Now you can tell. Next.
Seminars.
Very good. Seminars. Seminars is a large group or a small group? Small group. Seminar. Good. Next.
Then what?
Next. Yes. Next.
Very good. Excellent. Panel discussion.
Panel discussion. Large or small?
Large or small? Small group.
Panel discussions. So we are going for panel discussions now. Just keep in mind we are already doing it. Large group. Good.
The panelists are small group, but the audience are large group. So total group is bigger. Is it not? Who are learning will be bigger. But panelists will be experts in that particular topic. 5-6 people, they contribute. And finally the summary will come.
Panel discussion. Next please.
So what are the other methods?
Workshops, symposiums.
Workshop, very good. Workshop.
Large group or small group?
Small group.
మీకే మెజారిటీ వస్తాం సార్ అంటే సార్ స్మాల్ గ్రూప్ వర్క్షాప్స్
నెక్స్ట్
ఎస్ డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ వెరీ గుడ్
డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ లార్జ్ గ్రూప్ ఆర్ స్మాల్ గ్రూప్
educational guess. There are 30 members here and it is a small group. So he has correctly said.
Is this a small group or a large group? Small group.
Because 30. Very fast.
Next.
Any other things? This group, apart from those, what are the other teaching learning methods? Video learning, very good. So latest generation, more e-learning.
Video.
E-learning.
Large group or a small group?
Okay.
See, audio visual aids are aids, teaching learning aids are media. Okay. Methods is this one, large group method. Because for all these things, we are using audio visual aids.
So it is one of the media. For doing
so you whatever you are telling video, that comes under aid, teaching learning aid.
Group discussion.
Group discussion.
Very good. So by which group? Smaller, larger? Small. Group discussion.
Group discussions. Good.
Right. Role play. Very good. Role play.
Where should I write?
Small group. Be prepared post lunch you will be given a role play. We are symposium.
Symposium. Large group or a small group?
Now tell me the difference between symposium and seminar. Huh? Small group, okay, but what is the exact difference? Madam has even pinpointed out.
Symposium, a group of teachers or lecturers will be teaching a large group in symposium. In seminar, small group will be interacting with a teacher or lecturer.
Okay, in symposium, people are eminent people. They go for different types. Say one person might discuss, for example, POSCO Act, children being harassed, sexually and physical abuse of the children. So the advocate, one will be a panelist, judge will be a panelist, doctor will be a panelist, psychiatrist will be a panelist, pediatrician will be a panelist. They all discuss. That is, the expert people in that particular field discuss about various modalities of that particular topic. Yes, discuss. Yeah. Right.
We have multiple speakers will be there, eminent speakers. Symposium.
Next. Any other one? Webinar.
Webinar.
Good.
Large group or a small group?
Where will we put it? Large group. Because anybody, any number can join. Is it not? Right.
Yes, good. Webinar.
Webinar and seminar same, ma'am.
No, seminar is like, e-webinar is E should be there. For webinar it should be definitely online. But seminar seminar is offline.
Webinar is on the website.
Web based, internet based.
Seminar, you might be thinking about a large group. As Prashant is asked, we got confused because undergraduate seminar also we are conducting for a large group. Actually, seminar means it should be for highly qualified people where the discussion goes on. Open word discussion, open question discussion. That is seminar actually. That is why it is under small group. Highly qualified, highly knowledgeable people, when they are discussing, that is known as seminar. But actually, undergraduate seminar we are conducting in a large group. That doesn't come, actually, technically speaking, it is small group only, seminar. You are...
Small lecture.
So usually we get a confusion with seminar and symposium. Seminar, students can debate, ask questions, collaborate about lecture topic, about the topic. In symposium, there will be multiple speakers on a single topic. Multiple speakers. On a
single topic
Here
is divided.
In seminar, they can interact. Seminars. The students can interact.
Symposium entirely, a topic is divided into various things as I discussed earlier. All of them will discuss which audience will hear. The interaction will be minimal. There won't be direct questioning, but the total things will be, which we see on elections or other things on the TV, which we regularly see. Some 6-7 people. One from... Which one?
Panel discussion.
Yeah, panel discussion. Again, what is the exact difference then?
Panel, shall I write here large group or a small group? And so, okay, panel discussion is here. What is panel discussion? There will be discussion among the experts, who one will be coordinating, and it is a structured one. Panel discussion is a structured one. Okay? And the experts will be discussing among themselves. And one coordinator will be there. Symposium,
No. Symposium is different.
Experts will be coming and they will be talking on the... No discussion.
No discussion.
No discussion.
See, one by one, 20 minutes, they will, because from hospital somebody, some other sector somebody, if they come and sit in the group, and they will come and talk about the same issue, their part for some time and go. That is. Panel discussion means they discuss among themselves. That will be moderated by moderator. One moderator will be there. Who will be putting the leading questions? That is panel discussion. That is the difference between, both are for large group only.
Okay.
That's why you need a moderator in panel discussion. If they go aggressive, abusive, we see it on TV, is it not? There might be sometimes assaultive. They might even control them. That is what I am saying. He should be a controller. Otherwise the aggressive behavior or emotions, we don't know at that time. They are uncontrolled, which can lead to similar problems. So there are some minor variations which we have to go through. Of course, in first sitting it will be difficult, but once you get adjusted to these words, then easily you will remember and recollect. So next, any other methodology? All we are talking about theory only.
Hands-on training.
Practicals.
Hands-on.
So practicals is one of the most important thing. Is it not? From preclinical to clinical, everywhere practicals is very important.
Where should I write here?
Hands-on small.
Bedside clinics.
Bedside clinics.
So think of clinics also, clinics, teaching clinics, small group, what we are doing.
Yes, madam.
Hands-on training. Hands-on.
Workshop, well, we have written.
We have written already.
Written. Demonstration, finished practicals. Any other methods you know?
What is DOAP? What does DOAP stands for? D is for demonstration. O for observation. A for assistance. Assistance. Then P for very good. అమ్మో చాలా మీ బ్యాచ్ తో కష్టమే.
డోప్ మెథడ్. DOAP డోప్ మెథడ్ ఎక్కడ రాద్దాం? ఇందులో రాద్దాం, ఇందులో రాద్దాం.
స్మాల్ గ్రూప్ DOAP. సో
FAP. Community medicine, many PGs are there. Postgraduates also are there. FAP. What is FAP? Full form? Postgraduates are there. That comes under small group, large group. It's almost small group only. What we are trying to get from that? Family adoption program enduk start ayindi actually. Why they are so much stressing on that? What they want to get from the students? What they want to make them learn from the beginning? It's a vertical program.
It's made compulsory now.
Why? One word, which they are discussing from the morning.
What is the outcome we are expecting from our undergraduates?
Communication, empathy, sympathy, that family relations first is communication.
So madam said empathy and sympathy. What is the difference? What is empathy and what is sympathy? Mike, other group also has to hear. Empathy is sympathy. You will be hard with them. You will not be nice with them. Then anybody, total group. What is empathy? Here is our genius who is answering all questions. So, what is empathy and what is sympathy?
I think it is to have the attitude towards the person. I'm not able to describe, sir. The attitude to understand the opposite person. Empathy, I think.
Very good. So in empathy, you yourself put into the other person's shoes. You understand his emotions, his feelings. That is empathizing. So physically handicapped, mentally handicapped people, we should empathize with them but never sympathize with them. That will hurt them. So empathy is very important, as our observers are saying. So both empathy and sympathy are needed depending upon the situation. Okay. Any other things for small group, practicals you have said, DOAP you have
What
said?
is a tutorial?
Now comes. Before MBBS you have gone to these things. Tutorials.
Tutorials. Okay, what does it mean?
What does tutorial means?
Is it a one-to-one interaction to teach a specific topic to a particular person?
Nearer to it, I think that is the most idealistic which cannot come. So it is some 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 people, that is the tutorial. Say big class, 100 people, the teacher says. But in tutorial, the teacher only says for 5 to 10 people.
So
that is the method.
Shall we keep in small group?
Whom we call for tutorial? Can we, shall we do for everybody in the class? Who requires remedial sessions? Who requires more attention? Those people will be selected and called. Tutorial will be correct. Because as you told, it's a one-to-one interaction. Who requires, like low achievers, usually we call them.
But what madam said applies to previous generation or older generation like us. During our time, going to tutorial means we are poor. We don't know much subject, so we have to send to tutorial. This fellow is having a tuition. But today, going to tutorial is entirely different. So that is a completely different thing. In fact, during our intermediate, we had one concept, Pratibhavantulaina Vidyarthulaki Pracheka Pranalika. For specialists, you have a special education which will not come into intermediate exams. It doesn't come in the exam, but you can learn. So a lot of people were, asal pratibhavantudaithe chaduvudu, because he doesn't need it. So these were the things which have changed with things like tutorial, tuition. Now everybody sends their kids to tuition to get more activities, more intelligence or sharpening their abilities, mental abilities, skills and all other things. But previously it was not so. Going to tuition means, as madam said, low achievers, people poor. Mathematics, he is expert in all other things except maths. So he is to be sent to a different thing. And we have to remember that one person might be extraordinarily well in one particular subject, but other subjects he might not be that. That has to be identified by the teacher and taught accordingly. Albert Einstein, who is the famous scientist and whose IQ has been the maximum recorded till now, has been poor in chemistry. Though E is equal to mc square is his concept. So we can't say which people. So we have to identify and improve. Being expert in one particular field doesn't mean he is expert in all fields, or being a failure in one field doesn't mean he is going to be failure in all other fields. Okay. Anyway, I think.
What do you mean by simulation?
Yeah.
Simulation.
You have a mic, kind of. I thought your voice is like that.
No.
Booming voice.
I'm using. I think I'm audible. Yeah.
They give a scenario and
Simulation. Simulation. Mannequins. Simulations. So not on the directly on the patient, but simulations. How to resuscitate and all those things. You demonstrate. That is simulation comes under large group or a small group? Small group. Okay.
So the simulation comes under skill lab, where you are taught about those skills on the mannequins, as the sir mentioned. So there are a lot of things. Even every anatomy student now in few medical colleges, they are unable to get COPS. So which we were doing dissection at that time on the COPS, but now no more. So it has to be done on a manicure or it is some simulated procedure. You see all the veins, all the blood vessels once cut. So there are a lot of things which are simulated. Something simulating a real life situation. That is what simulation means. And safe. Because you are doing it on a manicure. If you are doing it on a patient, it is a problem. So it is safe also. Even all these IV procedures, LP procedures now can be taught on mannequins and simulators.
So you have nicely enumerated most of the teaching methods. So we want to know whether these methods are suitable in all situations of your teaching, or you want to be classified again. All situations upayogapadutadi idi. So in which situations it will be useful based on the domains. Can you classify? So based on the domains ante okati ichi knowledge. Knowledge paranga ivvali ante which is useful, skills aithe which is useful, attitude aithe which are useful. Just name them from that group, please. Knowledge. Mic this one. Knowledge is lecture. Any other thing? Seminars. ఇంకేమైనా ఉన్నాయా? Even I think tutorials are all the knowledge కదా వాళ్ళు వచ్చి చెప్తారు ఇట్లా అనేది.
So the psychomotor domain?
Practical is different. Practical comes under skill.
Different thing. What about psychomotor domain?
Psychomotor, that is the skill.
Skill. How do you develop? Workshop.
Good.
Yeah, DOAP. And just now we have discussed simulation. All these things. Role play. Okay, very good. So we will now go through the slides. One lecture, practicals, demonstrations, DOAP, clinics, bedside, simulation, role play, video clips. All of this has been mentioned by you people. Okay. And as you know already, you have gone through the first 2-3 lectures, domain, and then what is the group size, which small and bigger, and then what is the contest. So depending upon the contest and situation, the group size has to be selected, whether it is small or bigger. The next one. Here you can see on each domain based, as we have discussed and as Venkateshwara sir has got the answers from you. In cognitive it is lecture, panel discussion, symposium, team teaching, project work, assignment. Everything is related to cognition. While psychomotor is simulation, bedside clinic, demonstration and workshop. And affective, role play, demonstration, video show, movies, bedside clinic, both as well, then workshop. So you all agree on this 3 domains classification? And I think most important thing is bedside clinic, which we can be done with previously it was the bedside clinic which was being practiced mainly. Availability of the patient, availability of the doctor, cooperative patient, all these things you learn through bedside clinic by the doctor showing how to do what, how to watch, how to do the pulse and what is the murmur, what is the, for example, respiratory system adventitious sounds, cardiac murmurs, percussion, all these things you learn only from bedside clinics, is it not? Just to think of going a little bit personal, my late father, Dr. Kmch Gupta, a retired physician, has knuckles here on the fingers. The reason is he used to percuss. He used to show percussion to every person in the student, and and I used to say it is occupational hazard. Because just like radiotherapy and chemotherapy, it is an occupational hazard. So that's why bedside clinics are definitely very important, which we should never miss. But sometimes in view of patients being less or patient not cooperative, these things can be compensated by simulation and mannequin.
And recently sir has, regarding the role play, on that day, schizophrenic day, he has nicely asked the PGs to conduct a role play. It's very difficult to understand schizophrenia, but the 2 types he has nicely demonstrated through the PGs. So role play, like the one is maybe aggressive and other is
catatonic schizophrenia.
Catatonic like that.
And paranoid.
So if you read so many books, it's very difficult for you to understand. But the way they have expressed, the students have acted, easily we could understand. So like that it happens very easily. Role play is very, very important.
So post-lunch role play will be asked by you people, by each group, depending upon, so that you won't sleep. Okay?
So again, the good methods.
Yeah.
What are the large group methods? We have
already enumerated. The next slide. Anyway, lecture, panel discussion and symposium are the large group discussions. Small group, Dr. Venkateswara Rao sir will summarize in the end. Individual, self-study, counseling, project work and assignment. These are personal individual things. So what are the innovating teaching methods you know apart from these? New innovating teaching methods.
What you can think of, new methods.
Any method which you have implemented or you are trying to implement or you are planning or you might have had in your classes earlier. Anything.
You have many gadgets you can use sometimes, any gadgets, anything you have used.
Innovative teaching methods.
Or so many new methods are there. Now AI is there.
Yeah,
you can use AI.
Correct. Now it has peeped into everything, artificial intelligence.
So for good also we can use AI, for good and bad. For good, for teaching purpose, how it can be used. Like that, what methods can be used, just think over and tell.
Louder. Which one? Yeah, we have discussed already, no? Simulation. Anyway, even if we have discussed few things which we are doing since few years, latest, these things will be the next slide. Yeah, technology. Modern technology.
Technology, leave artificial intelligence is a too high one for us, okay, but that is the best. But using technology, how can you improve your teaching?
Sorry? 3D printing. Okay. 3D.
3D printing.
3D printing. Okay.
Very good.
Good. Very nice.
So formation of group.
We are sending no, the case-based scenarios. What you have done today. Short videos, yeah. Short videos, very good.
Video-based learning.
Video-based. Yeah. Stories. Storytelling is one way of storytelling. Storytelling, Burrakatha.
Harikatha.
Burrakatha.
What we are doing, what we both are doing is same, sir.
We are doing Burrakatha only.
Burra and Hari.
Appreciating one each other and then telling it.
So, among those things, I was very good storytelling because she is mother. Immediately she remembered storytelling. Mother of two kids which she takes care. So, anyway, now we will have the next slide. Case-based problem, integrated learning. Integrated learning is the one which is being recently done. Previously, the lecturer also has mentioned about horizontal integration and vertical integration. In fact, I was once before this medical education came into picture 3-4 decades back, when I was an MBBS student, I was told that at Rayavellur, during anatomy, when a person does a case of facial paralysis, the neurosurgeon will come, neurologist will come and teach them about the anatomy, facial palsy and other things. This was done 4 decades back. But now it is becoming good. Everybody is learning these type of techniques. We should appreciate NMC for forming this medical education and teaching all of these things. In fact, when this was started, the first question I asked, what is the observer at that time, 5-6 years back, madam, what is the necessity of this? Everybody is a teacher, they know the things. Very popular teachers of our own, when we studied medicine, there are gynecology, Savitri madam, Nutaki Venkateswar Rao Surgeon sir, my own father Dr. Gupta. These people were there. They didn't have any formal education regarding a medical education, but they were expert teachers. So I asked the same question to the observer. Then she said, there are only 3% of such people, and to prepare the 97% to all to reach that standard, this medical education will help. That is how. They are only genius people. We will leave it. But to turn the average and good people into excellent teachers, this will definitely help. Yeah. So, and ours is a continuous learning, CME, always continuous learning.
So what is flipped classrooms?
Are we integrating any integration method manam chestunnama? Leave about Cpme and all. From previously in our class, are we integrating our sessions? Is there any method that we are integrating? Are we doing or not? Leave about Cpme. Yes or not? What is that method?
Integrated.
Integration. Integration is all other departments.
Involving other departments.
We are doing, yes. What is that word? Or how we are doing? If you can't mention that word, at least how we are doing. Example, ma'am. Huh? Mortality meeting for students, ma'am. I am speaking about student learning. It's PG or UG. How, sir? How? No, sir. No. Teaching. You are a single person.
Bedside teaching is interactive, ma'am. Well,
Integration. Bedside can be integrated. How?
So you belong to general medicine. So how we are integrating with other
Subjects. Or surgery is there. Which subjects you integrate? How you integrate? You are the only one teacher.
A case can be discussed with surgeons as
how? Okay, I will give you a topic Vibrio. You are teaching for second year. How? Or you are teaching swelling in the final year. Which subjects you want to integrate? How you are integrating? You are only teacher. Yes, so you are little bit teaching anatomy by yourself. You are not calling anatomy professor. You are yourself teaching little bit of little bit of pathology, tumors and all. So you yourself are doing integration. This we have been doing from years. Okay, that word is called nesting. Okay, we just give that word as nesting. What sir is telling, a neurophysician, neurosurgeon coming and teaching, that is a higher level of integration. Okay, there are some countries like Malaysia and all where they have gone to transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary integration, where there won't be any subjects like anatomy, physiology and all. They take one system, CVS. Okay, this you will be learning more in your CISP. Just one minute I'll tell you. For example, CVS. First, anatomy professor will come and deal everything about CVS, cardiac system. That may be 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Then physiology person will in between integrate. Finally, pathology, microbiology and medicine, surgical people. So that whole till the CVS system is over. That will go system wise. Not like I am teaching something, sir is teaching something. So that is all integration.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mayor, for making things more clearer for the people. So,
what is flipped classrooms? Flipped classroom. What do you mean by that? Any idea, anybody? So, ముందుగానే వాళ్ళకి టాపిక్ ఇచ్చి ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వమని స్టూడెంట్స్కి. టుమారో ఎనీమియా కాంప్లికేటింగ్ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ చదువుకొని వస్తారు. మనం వి టెల్ ది క్లాస్. ఫ్లిప్డ్ క్లాస్ రూమ్. దట్స్ వన్ మెథడ్. తర్వాత
వాళ్ళకి ఆల్రెడీ అసైన్మెంట్ ఇచ్చేసాం, ఇంట్లోనే చదువుకొని వస్తారు. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి సార్ ఏం చేస్తారు, ఉట్టి క్వశ్చన్స్ అడుగుతారు. ఆర్ యూ కెన్ డైరెక్ట్లీ గివ్ ఎగ్జామ్ ఆల్సో.
So the basics of the subject will be known by previously what we were calling as homework or assignment. But once they come back to the classroom, we will ask them the questions related to the subject and a little higher knowledge. Whatever they have done, a little higher we can impart. That would be useful. That would be useful. And then finally, reflective learning. What is reflective learning? Only 1 week back at Madam Ashram College, reflective learning conference was conducted. A lot of people have attended. So what is exactly reflective learning? What do you reflect? Very good. So some things similar to feedback. But not only that, you have to analyze, just not feedback from the student. Once you yourself also, what we call as metacognitive. Metacognitive skill is, you should know about your own things, how you are there and what you are. And then you analyze the things, whatever it has helped, how it has helped you, will be working as a reflective learning. I think there are a lot of things which we missed. I couldn't attend in the last minute, though I registered for it. So next one, any other thing? So we'll go back to next slide, sir.
Yeah, no, theoretical part. No, lectures actually work against the human brain. Brains require workouts to learn and grow, while lectures foster a couch potato mentality. So sitting and then listening and then becoming fat or sleeping like that.
Would you agree?
Would you agree with that?
Completely.
One, or you say that's good?
Would you agree with 100%? We all were trained by lecture methodology. Did we develop couch potato tech?
So, as a teachers, we know when we are giving a lecture, the backbenchers will be sleeping like this. In the morning also, in the afternoon, whatever time you go, they will be sleeping.
So
only front bench people will be wake up because we are shouting there.
Sir, that was 10 years back when you were teaching. Only back benches were sleeping.
No front benches.
Now when we are teaching, front benches also are sleeping, sir.
Again, the human brain.
So there are two things, sir. Big lecture will be more than 1 hour. Attention span of the brain is limited. Usually they say it is 15 minutes maximum. So whenever we are teaching also, if we are cutting jokes or some other thing, it's just to raise the attention. So attention span is limited to 15 minutes, during which we have to convey whatever we have to say. And new things against the brain means the neurons will act better if we learn new things or if we question same thing. If you just go through vertical transmission, whatever teacher says, you are learning, you are hearing and knowing about it, will not stimulate the neurons. But a new subject or an interactive lecture will stimulate the neurons. That is what the word against the brain has been used there.
A carefully planned presentation of facts with organized thoughts and ideas. This is a lecture. It is derived from the Latin word lectus, to read. And then what are the advantages of the lecture?
Right.
Let us go some points of
Now,
advantages. Because you told why you asked now why it is against. So you tell now what are the advantages of lecture. Yeah, large group. It is beneficial for a large group. Next, any other point?
Very good. More information in lesser time.
Lesser time, yes. Next, any other point? Advantages of lecture.
No reference, please. What are the advantages of lecture? One is big gathering, you can convey the same thing, and as you said, comparatively knowledge can be imparted. Then what more?
Yeah, you can prepare up to date, and then one can give the whole information in detail. Yeah, that's one point. Yeah, short time. You can give to the large group. Then any other
faculty also.
If you divide small groups, only one is enough. One faculty, or
you need more.
So one is enough. So economical, less. So like that. So very good.
So yeah. So new information, clarify existing information. Then lot of information in short time and stuff, as you said, and up to date view of the subject. So the teacher should be expert in these subjects when he is conveying to the student in a lecture. And the student is the recipient. He is a passive. He is not active in lecture. There is no integrative questioning or interaction between them. So it is entirely a passive vertical transmission from the teacher to the student goes on. That is what happens in lecture. So these are the advantages.
New information, clarify existing, lot of information in a short time and staff, up-to-date view of the subject, it is economical, it stimulate learner interest in future study, may be recorded for the future sometimes. Yes. Now tell the limitations. Now you tell limitations. What are the disadvantages of a lecture? Time?
Limitations of lecture.
Limitations means
disadvantages of a lecture. No interaction. Very good. That's what we have been saying from beginning. No interaction at all.
It is one way. Okay, that's one.
Very good.
What are the other disadvantages?
Sir, 1 minute. I think this group is being let off.
Group, just like backbenches.
So what is the thing? Second one. Dr. Harimanasa, naming also. Disadvantages.
Nashtalu. Nashtamulu.
Brainstorm చేసేస్తున్నారు అంటున్నారు. Brainstorming is being done అంటున్నారు.
అందుకే మేము ఇద్దరు వచ్చాం కొంచెం మాట్లాడతాం.
Any other disadvantages of lecture?
Yeah.
Feedback reflective learning.
Only theory.
That is not there, is it not? And already mentioned, decade backbenchers were sleeping, and now front benchers are also sleeping in the lecture.
Active sir. Prashanti is becoming active.
Yeah.
Prashanti square are there.
What do you mean, sir? Being active? She has been active from beginning, not becoming active. She is being active from beginning.
Right.
Madam.
Only theoretical knowledge, sir. Practical, there is no training like that. Like only knowledge is
only knowledge, no
skill based.
Okay. So lecture itself is that one, but what are the other disadvantages as a lecture? Yeah, it is teacher centered. He will prepare and he will just tell whatever he knows it. Huh? So limitations of lecture: passive, boring, one-way flow, monotony, limited opportunity for assessment and feedback, too much information, too short.
Yeah, that's what you were telling. Too much information, too short time.
Okay.
That's what she was telling. And
insufficient interaction, less problem solving, not suitable for psychomotor and effective. You told no, it is not skill, it is not.
No skill.
And then teachers' level of understanding rather than learners.
So you all were courteous not using the word boring. Though in the slide it has been mentioned, being courteous you didn't use that word.
So you know that the lectures is boring and then very difficult. So how can we make it more interactive?
Right.
More interactive. Yes, one is by asking questions.
So.
Tell. That's good. So in the middle, it's not only lecture. You give some examples. Maybe real-time examples like that. Good. Then.
Sir? Okay. You want to, how do you want to stimulate using lecture? Lecture is a good thing, but to cover the disadvantages, what will you use? What are the methods you will use? Quiz method, yeah, that is very important. Some MCQs, quiz. These days in MC, after the lecture, everybody at the grand rounds or other things, we are using 5 MCQs definitely in the class to stimulate. What is the advantage of MCQ? Sir will say again. But as you said, quiz method, questioning, these things to keep their more attention. But one thing which we should see is we should not be blunt with the person, with the student who gives a wrong response. We should encourage him. Otherwise everybody starts laughing or you cut a joke on the student, then tomorrow he will not open his mouth and no other person will interact. So that thing we have to be very courteous with the student and see. Though you are firm, but you should not be blunt. That is the thing while we are interacting.
So real-time examples and sometimes not concentrating one person. So usual lecture center automatic. Not like that. Involving everybody, looking after everybody and then interacting with them and then asking questions now and then, some real-time stories or experiences of the lecturer, like that. Rewards, acceptance, and then...
Very good. Reward couldn't be just appreciation. Need not be an object. Shabash, done well. Yeah. So they are giving the, that's a good thing.
So variation in the modulation of your lecture, modulation. Suddenly telling a oh, this is very nice, like that. Something not that monotonous. Okay, level elte chakkaga nidra vastadi, andariki vastadi. So now and then showing the different modules of your voice or something like that.
So what sir says is, it should not be monotonous. Monotonous lecture will be like a lullaby. Is it not? So yeah, the ups and downs, the tone, tempo, everything should differ depending upon the important point which we are stressing, so that the particular student gains much attention and learns about it.
So I think this is what it makes interactive. You can just put on your words. So what are the roles of a teacher? What are the changing trends in the role of a teacher? So now you can tell what are the roles of a teacher.
So till now you have been taught about the roles of the Indian medical graduate and foreign medical graduate. Now it is the turn of the teacher itself, medical teacher. What is the medical teacher? He has to play various roles. What are those roles? One. Okay, lecture, teaching, whatever methodology. Updated, okay. Very good. Being a neurologist, demonstrating the practical skills is very important. Right, sir? Then, sir. Right? Perfection is very important.
To assess the student.
Right? To assess,
Yes,
get the feedback.
Assessor. The teacher also is an assessor. Very good.
Yeah, and during assessment, what are his positive points, what are his negative points, how to overcome the negative points, all this has to be done by the teacher, is it not? So this is as far as teaching is concerned. But what more roles is the Indian teacher, medical teacher plays? Not only teaching, not just like a graduation teacher or PG teacher in medical.
Yes, he is
Very
a
good.
motivator.
Then,
he is also a motivator. Sorry? Bonding the students.
Bonding student, okay.
Yeah. Making them...
Ethic.
Yeah, you are all pointing out only the teaching aspect. What more does the teacher does? Medical teacher. Research work. Plenty of research work is being done.
He is
Is
also
it not?
a researcher. Make the students research. The student should go on continuous education, not just stop with what he says. Or he should be like that, motivate in that way. Then
To teach ethics and values.
yes, very good.
Ethics, very good.
Not only the lecture or the subject, the ethics, very, very important. ఎప్పుడైనా గైనిక్లో చెప్పేటప్పుడు చెప్తాం అనమాట. అంటే ఎనీ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈజ్ దేర్ టు ఎనీ పేషెంట్. సో సమ్టైమ్స్ హైపర్ టెన్షన్ పిఐహెచ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక పేషెంట్ ఒక డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చినప్పుడు నార్మోటెన్సివ్ ఉంటుంది. అదే పేషెంట్ ఇంకో డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి 4 రోజుల తర్వాత బీపీ ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. సో వెన్ ద పేషెంట్ కమ్స్ టు యూ వెన్ ద బీపీ ఈజ్ హై, డోంట్ టెల్ దట్ డాక్టర్ ఈజ్ don't know how to see the blood pressure. So you have to say that hypertension may be manifested at any time. So it has manifested now, that's all. అంతేగాని డోంట్ ట్రై టు ఇంకో డిగ్రేడ్ చేయకూడదు ఇంకో డాక్టర్ని. దట్స్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో ఐ మేక్ దిస్ పాయింట్ ఇన్ మై లెక్చర్స్. ఐ యూజ్ దోస్ పాయింట్స్.
I think it's very important regarding the ethics. And one point which the sir has mentioned, never degrade your colleague. Even if he has done mistake, you try to cover it.
That's good.
Even if you try to cover it. Madam, medical legal aspects will be there. You record it. But but don't talk something degrading about that doctor in front of the patient or patient relatives.
The faculty in medical college changing role is a clinician, teacher, researcher, and an administrator. He is also an administrator. He has to tell the administrative role. Suppose a postgraduate, suppose if you say when you are in the duty, you are not only treat the patient but also see the local ఆయాస్ వీళ్ళందరూ బాగా పనిచేస్తున్నారా లేదా ఏంటి అనేది అవన్నీ కూడా యూ బికమ్ ఏ లోకల్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటర్ అవి కూడా నేర్పించాలి యాజ్ ఏ ఫర్ ఎ పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్. అండ్ దెన్ ద రోల్స్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ టీచర్, టీచింగ్ ఎక్స్పర్టైజ్, లాట్స్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్ కాంటాక్ట్, ఫెసిలిటేటర్, రోల్ మోడల్, యూ షుడ్ బి రోల్ మోడల్, ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ప్రొవైడర్, రిసోర్స్ డెవలపర్, ప్లానర్, అసెసర్, and again a facilitator. So he is a main thing is a facilitator. So facilitator
as well as learning facilitator, role model, on the job role model, and teaching role model, how he works, how he does clinical work. Third one, information provider, lecturer, and clinical and practical teacher. Fourth one is resource developer, research and learning environment. Fifth one as a planner, course, experience, organization, and curriculum planner. How is it to be taught, what curriculum to be taught to the users. Assessor, you evaluate the person, and also student assessor. So these are all the various roles which are played by the medical teacher. We are expected to fulfill all these roles, and that is most important. And in interactive lecture, bilateral interaction, students' involvement with material or content of a lecture, not necessary that audience has to do talking all the times. The next slide. Active involvement and participation by the student, so that students are no longer passive in the learning process, which you all have mentioned already, how to make lecture more interesting and more educative. So these are the methods which we have to use. And this is the slide which sir is showing. On the red one, where there is no student activity, at the end of lecture it falls down, and the graded dash ones is the one, lecture with student activity, which remains high, which retains, so the knowledge is retained more when student actively participates. So what are the advantages of asking questions during the lecture, which you have mentioned, questions
already
asking.
discussed all this.
So this I am just summarizing. Most frequently used, easiest to implement, no students baseline knowledge, and questions can stimulate interest, arouse attention, serves as an icebreaker, and provide valuable feedback. In fact, lot of teachers, we learn from students. We didn't get that idea, but they get that question. And once they put the question, we learn it. And once you are preparing for the lecture, we learn. Because we are afraid. Today I am afraid to teach any PG student category, because if I commit a mistake, previously they used to go home and refer the book. Now just now in the phone, they refer the Google and say, sir, you are wrong. So now I have to read twice to avoid those comments. The next slide.
It should be a non-threatening way. Wait for the response, see that more students get opportunity. So this is also MCQs, already we have discussed in the lecture. You will be useful as a checkup on learning, to break monotony, to point out gaps in understanding. So you can put MCQs also to make it interesting. What is brainstorming in a lecture? What do you mean by brainstorming in a lecture? So how to make a large group interesting?
Somebody was asking in the learning methods, somebody was how to make it more interesting, to make effective lectures. This is one brainstorming. What do you mean by that? Somebody can give the example. Yes, some question you can put them. Think, pair, share, which we did. That also we can use.
So, the technique is for activating knowledge or understanding of a topic. At the beginning of the session, You invite everyone to participate, put them at ease and give a question, and in the middle change the pace, regain the group's attention, apply certain facts that have been presented in the initial stage, and summarize framework for the material covered, and finally feedback. This is the brainstorming sessions where a particular new topic can be presented also. For example, you have small time, short time and a group like latest one, artificial intelligence. You immediately present it initially and then let them work out. In middle you ask them, and the end feedback and other things you can formulate.
So next is the simulations and role play allow real time, real life situation in a safe setting.
So simulations already has been discussed by you people. Photos, videos and other things.
How to break the monotony of a lecture by showing some photos, films and videotapes. Actually, cinema actor
Sir wanted me to put 2-3 slides. Few people sleeping in front of the lecture and other things. So the next slide.
So using audio
visual slides,
flip charts, whiteboards and medias.
Post lunch and already role play we have said we will discuss in the, it would be more interactive rather than this would be partially lecture. In fact, sir has been reminding since 5 minutes that we are out of the time, and recently sir I had gone to Rome International Conference. If we cross the time, the podium comes down. Wherever we are talking, the podium goes down so that there is no question. Okay, thank you.
So I told that pre-lunch will be hypoglycemic, post-lunch will be hyperglycemic. We don't know. We will make you awake after the lunch also. Please go.
Lunch is arranged here only, nearby. You can go. So teacher's role is to be in time.
Use their brain. And on time, it should strike to their brain. Then only they can do. Sir, ఇవన్నీ చెప్తున్నారు మరి స్మాల్ గ్రూప్ డిస్కషన్ నెగిటివ్ పాయింట్స్ చెప్పలా మీరు పాజిటివ్ చెప్తున్నారు.
So we'll ask madam, what are the disadvantages of a small group method of teaching?
Disadvantages of small groups teaching. Sir has mentioned about advantages. I am taking, okay.
We'll ask.
Staff,
more staff,
man staff. Good.
Only river crossing ye ekku untayi. Subject వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అక్కడ ఉండదు.
Sometimes we have to deviate to create interest.
A small group disadvantage. అదే కదా. What are the drawbacks of small group? ఒకటి స్టాఫ్ ఎక్కువ కావాలన్నారు, టైం కన్స్యూమింగ్ 2, ఇంకా అంటే కొంతమందికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, ఆడేవాళ్ళకో లేకపోతే అది చేసే వాళ్ళకి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, వేరే వాళ్ళందరూ పెద్ద నాట్ మచ్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ అని అంతేనా? ఓకే, మేబీ దట్ వన్. ఇంకా
any other things from this side? This group has not interacted.
he got the point. ఇప్పుడు మేము ఇటే చూస్తారా, చెప్పేవాళ్ళే చూస్తారా, ఇటు పక్క చోట్ల అదే
రైట్.
yes, it's a perfect point. అదే ఎప్పుడు ఇటే చూస్తున్నాం, వాళ్ళు ఊరికి నవ్వుతున్నారు, ఏదో చెప్తున్నారు, మీరేమో you are listening, you are a good observer, listening. Of course a good teacher not only talks but also listens well. That is also important.
Listens to the body language also.
Yeah, of course.
Not only the verbal.
Yeah, body language, what you speak,
and other things.
Of course.
స్మాల్ గ్రూప్ లో అది స్టూడెంట్స్ కి నెగిటివ్ పాయింట్. Why we can't discuss? Still you can discuss very easily. Small groups are there. Major disadvantage of SGD over, small group discussions over lecture. Negative for the students. So Sir is teaching very well, sir is teaching very well, but I am a bad teacher. I came to this group. That's a major disadvantage. I am not at all involving, I am also sleeping with them. But sir, both sirs are involving everyone. So that is a good point. So these 6 people are in a bad range. So that is the major one, because one teacher can't handle all the groups. It's just impossible. We have to divide. Okay, when we divide, some may get good teacher, some may get very bad teacher. So that group, obviously, they'll feel this is a waste of time. But lecture, mancho, chedo, andaru okkalne follow avtaru.
Uniform. I think shuffling the teachers would be ideal. Next group. So from we have to do it. Yeah. This group teacher will go to that other group.
Reducing the bias.
Yeah. Reducing the bias. Correct.
This time I have taught group 1. So next time, sir should come to group 1, I should go to group 2.
Right.
So, what is role play, tutorless games, simulations? Buzz group and buzz group.
What is buzz? What do you mean by buzz? Leave aside teaching.
BUZZ.
Yeah,
Buzz.
word buzz. Yeah, nice.
Noisy.
Very good.
Who will produce the noise and how? Why?
So bees produce the noise before they collect the honey. So the same way the group, buzz group will give you the quiet knowledge in the form of honey. So what is buzz group?
In a large group, you give one topic to make groups and give a problem to them and ask them to solve. So in a large group, if you give like that, they will discuss like that. So it will be like a fish market, and then finally they will come to some decision. So the buzz group. So that is buzz group. Inkoti, how to overcome that small group, itla differences vastundante. Transfer, what is that method? And you can change the persons like this, mix up. Small group lo you can mix up the candidates. Shuffling, then shuffling. Shuffling anedi kuda cheste it is better than ichadu that. You can shuffle now and then. అంటే మీరు అన్నారు కదా ఒక టీచర్ ఇదని అనుకుంటే ర్యాండమ్ గా ఇటు నుంచి అటు నుంచి షఫుల్ చేస్తే ప్రాక్టికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్.
Because group 1 I have assigned so many people, 1 to 10 roll numbers. Group 2 this. Next అటు ఇటు షఫల్ చేసామనుకో it may create confusion. But it is ideal, but it may create confusion. Practically it's difficult.
Practical problem. So as you said, not only teachers, participants also should be shuffled. That is ideal. But practical problems will be there, as Madam was mentioning.
In clinical scenario, so what are the methods in a small group? For example, in the clinics, they will be coming to the clinics, so that demonstrations or the skills, small skills they can be given, or when some surgery is going on, we can ask them to go and witness that, and then somebody can assist or help them in understanding the surgery. Like that. These are all the small groups where you can teach demonstration, observation, and sometimes you help them assist and then see that they develop the skill. Now this DOPE method is there for the students, where they have to do the maybe IUCD insertion is a method where it has to be demonstrated. IUCD insertion. All the students should know how the IUCD is inserted. Like that, some events or some skills are developed in that way. So these are small groups methods, and then buzz group may consider broader issues for a longer period of time, increase the number further. So finally, teaching, learning methods and learning. The saying is, tell me and I forget, show me and I remember, involve me and I understand. What does it mean? So when you just give a lecture, you listen, you may forget. So when you demonstrate, show, and then they may remember. And if they involve in doing the things, skill, hands-on training, they will understand and they will say, I know that pyramid is there, knows how, and like that. So that is the highest
Miller's pyramid. The retention of memory, scientifically has been proved, all these facts, research work and scientifically it has been proved that if you involve and if you teach, your memory will be more. If you are a casual listening, it will be less.
No, you have to be ready.
So we'll go for role play, sir.
Yeah, we will role play. Now the role play starts. These are the reading and thank you for all the things. Now the real role play will come.
Real role play, HIV group first. Okay, the paranoid schizophrenia group will be first. Professor Sanjay will be the psychiatrist who is treating the patients. Sir, ikkadi 3 chairs
Who is that, please? Yeah, I am the meeting. I am meeting, please.
Faculty shortage is a major problem. We are teaching for 250 people. We are only 5 members. One is on leave. 4 people are there. So how can I compensate my teaching in short groups? Because this is also one of the new method which has come up in teaching. Already sir actually told the gist of this method. I am just asking the name of that method. Sir actually he told the gist of that method. Okay, we are only, got my question? Low faculty, in that one is absent, only 4 people are there, I need to deal with 250 people. So how, but I am confident I can deal. How? Which is that method? One word. Shuffling also I need to attend.
Shuffling kuda ade.
Sir? No sir. More number? These are all adult learners. So?
Train them and again.
That is peer learning. Peer is the word.
Peer learning.
So you can ask the students only to what? Sir will explain one method that is called jigsaw method, where one person will be trained, he will train his colleagues. Okay, that was expert group and home groups. One person will be trained in that topic. Sir told the gist of that. I am just giving the name. Jigsaw technique. Peer learning is the word used. So you can use the students also to make them learn each other.
So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. So now the role play. The first group, as I have mentioned, Professor Dr. Sanjay. He is a psychiatrist, professor at Kottur Medical College. He is the psychiatrist role play. So very easy for him. Then Dr. Harimanasa, assistant professor of psychiatry. She is the relative of the patient. She brings the patient forcibly. And just imagine who is the patient. Guess who is the patient. So myself the patient.
Good afternoon to everyone. ఇవాళ మేము రోల్ ప్లే చేయబోయేది పారనాయిడ్ స్కిజోఫ్రీనియా అనే కేసుని. యూజువల్గా మా సైకాట్రీలో ఫస్ట్ పేషెంట్ రిలేటివ్ని పిలిచి వాళ్ళని ఇంటర్వ్యూ చేసిన తర్వాత హలో ఫస్ట్ పేషెంట్ తాలూకు పేషెంట్తో ఉండే వ్యక్తుల్ని పిలిచి వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు పేషెంట్ని పిలుస్తాం. ఈ పారనాయిడ్ స్కిజోఫ్రీనియాలో ఫస్ట్ నేను హరిమానస అనే వ్యక్తిని పేషెంట్ యొక్క తాలూకా వ్యక్తిగా పిలుస్తూ ఆమెను క్వశ్చన్లు అడగబోతున్నాను. రండి హరిమానస గారు, వచ్చి కూర్చోండి.
నమస్తే డాక్టర్ గారు.
నమస్తేనమ్మా. ఏంటమ్మా, ఎందుకని, ఏమవుతారమ్మా మీకు?
మా బాబాయ్ గారు.
మీ బాబాయ్ గారు. ఏంటమ్మా, ఎందుకని తీసుకొచ్చావు?
ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని 15 రోజుల నుంచి 10 రోజుల నుంచి కొంచెం తేడాగా బిహేవ్ చేస్తున్నారండి.
తేడాగా బిహేవ్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఏమేమి తేడాలు గమనించారమ్మా మీరు?
కొంచెం అనుమానాస్పదంగా ఉండడము, ఏదైనా పెడుతున్నా కూడా దీంట్లో ఏమైనా కలిపారా అని అడగడము, కోపం రావటము, కోపం వచ్చి ఏదంటే అది మాట్లాడడము, కొట్టడానికి రావటము.
ఏమన్నా మాటలు వినిపిస్తున్నాయని కూడా చెబుతున్నారమ్మా?
అది చెప్పలేదండి, కానీ తనలో తానే కొంచెం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నట్టు
అనిపిస్తుంది మీకు. అప్పుడు అడిగితే ఏం చెప్తారండి? ఏం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నారంటే ఏమని చెప్తారా?
కోపడతారండి, చిదరించుకుంటారు.
నిద్రలో కానీ ఆకల్లో కానీ ఏమన్నా మార్పులు వచ్చినాయమ్మా?
నైట్ ఎక్కువ నిద్రపోవట్లేదండి, కూర్చొనే ఉంటున్నారు.
మిమ్మల్ని కుటుంబ సభ్యుల్ని ఏదైనా చేయడానికి కూడా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారా? మీరు నాకేదో పెడుతున్నారని
పెడుతున్నారని మాతో గొడవ
పడుతున్నారు. మా మంచినీళ్లు ఇచ్చినా కూడా అనుమానాస్పదంగా చూడటం ఇవన్నీ జరుగుతున్నాయి.
ఇప్పుడు వారం రోజుల నుంచి అసలు ఏం తినట్లేదండి.
అంటే మీరు ఏదో కలుపుతున్నారనే దృష్టితోటి అసలు ఏం తినటం కూడా మానేశారు. సరే, ఇది మీ కుటుంబాల్లో ఎవరికన్నా ఉందమ్మా?
కుటుంబంలో ఎవరికి లేదండి.
లేదు. ఎన్నేళ్ళు ఉంటాయమ్మా మీ బాబాయ్ గారికి?
63 అలా.
63. ఇంతకు ముందు ఎప్పుడన్నా ఇలాంటి జబ్బు ఇలాంటి లక్షణాలు ఇంతకుముందు కనిపించినాయి అమ్మా?
లేదు.
మీ బాబాయ్ గారికి బీపీ షుగర్ ఇట్లాంటివి ఏమైనా ఉన్నాయమ్మా?
బీపీ ఉందండి.
బీపీ ఉంది. మరి వారిని పిలిస్తే వస్తారా లేకపోతే కోపంగా ఉంటారా?
కొంచెం కోపంగానే ఉంటారు.
బలవంతంగా తీసుకొచ్చారు. తీసుకురండి అమ్మా. లేదు లేదు, కోపపడద్దులండి, కూర్చోండి. అమ్మా, అది ఆ రహస్యాలు ఏంటో మీకు చెప్పడానికే పిలుస్తున్నాను. కూర్చోండి. ఏంటండి, మీ అన్నయ్య గారు అమ్మాయి మీలో ఏదో తేడాలు గమనిస్తున్నట్టుగా చెప్పారు. మీకేమన్నా అనిపిస్తుందా?
ఆ అమ్మాయికి తేడా ఉందండి.
ఏమని? ఎందుకని? ఏ విధంగా?
ఇదిగో మామూలుగా ఉన్నవాడిని తీసుకొచ్చి మీ దగ్గర పడేసి
అంతే.
అంతే.
మరి ఇంట్లో మీరు ఆహారం కానీ మంచినీళ్ళు కానీ ఇస్తుంటే మరి తీసుకోవటం లేదంట, ఎందుకంటే దానికి కారణం ఏంటంటారు?
హోటల్లో బాగుంటుందండి వంట.
హోటల్లో బాగుంటే మరి దాని ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళు ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాల నుంచి తినగాలేంది, ఇప్పుడు 15 రోజుల నుంచే మీకు ఎందుకని హోటల్ భోజనం మీద మోసపడే? 15 రోజుల 15 రోజుల్లోనే అంత మార్పు వచ్చిందా?
గత నెల నుంచి ఉందండి.
ఉంది.
ఉప్పు లేదు, బీపీ అని చెప్పి ఉప్పు లేదు, షుగర్ అని చెప్పి తీపి లేదు. మరి అలా
మరి దాంట్లో అన్నం తింట పూర్తిగా మానేసి మీరు హోటల్లో మరి ఉప్పులు కారాలు అన్నీ ఉంటాయి కదండి, అక్కడెట్ట తినగలుగుతున్నారు? మాత్ర వేసుకుంటారు. అట్లానే మీరేదో నోట్లో గొణుక్కుంటున్నారని చెప్పారే ఒకటి.
ఇప్పుడు మీరు మాట్లాడుతున్నారు, దాన్ని గొణుగుడు అంటారా?
కాదు.
మరి
మీరు చెప్పేది ఆమెకు అర్థమే కావట్లేదంట, అడిగితే కోపం వస్తుందంట.
అలా చెప్పిందా? అయిపోయింది.
అంత ఆవేశం పనికి రాదండి, కూర్చోండి. ఇది ఈ అమ్మాయి ఇప్పుడే మొదలు పెట్టిందా, ఇంతకు ముందు నుంచి కూడా అన్నదా? ఎప్పుడన్నా?
మొదటి నుంచి అంతే అండి.
అమ్మాయి
అలా నాన్నకి విసిగెత్తి నా దగ్గర వదిలేశారు.
మీరు వదిలేశారు. ఏమని మీరు చూసుకుంటున్నారు, అంతేగాని మీరు స్వతహాగా మీరు చాలా సౌమ్యులు. ఇప్పుడు మరి ఆ ప్రవర్తన అట్లా లేదండి.
మీకు తేడా కనపడుతుందా?
మరి కోపంగా మీదకు దూకుతున్నారు కదా.
మరి నన్ను తీసుకొచ్చి మెంటల్ అంటే ఎలా అండి?
అవును.
మెంటల్ డాక్టరేనా?
అవును.
మరి మెంటల్ డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి ఎందుకు తీసుకొచ్చింది?
మీరు నిద్రపోవట్లేదంట, మీ మంచి కోసం తీసుకొచ్చింది.
నా మంచి కోసం ఇక్కడ తీసుకొస్తే మీరు పడేస్తారు. ఆ అమ్మాయి దగ్గర డబ్బులు తీసుకుని నాకు ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు
అని మీరు అవన్నీ మీరు
మీ ఇద్దరు కలిసి గూడు పుటాన్ని
చేస్తున్నా ఉంటారు.
నేను పోలీస్ కంప్లైంట్ చేస్తాను. నీ ప్రాక్టీస్ లైసెన్స్ రద్దు చేయిస్తాను.
మంచిది.
అది అర్థమైందా?
అర్థమైంది.
నన్ను ముట్టుకుంటే ఇంతే సంగతి.
అంతే. With this scenario, the schizophrenic patients, usually a paranoid schizophrenia patients will have doubts on everyone. They blame the others for keeping the food, for giving the water, and for bringing to the hospital. All those things will be a suspicious nature. And they said that they are hearing some voices, and the voices for that they are responding through their murmuring, but patient denies all these problems. These are the typical characteristics of a paranoid schizophrenia of delusions, that is suspicions, and hearing voices, which is auditory hallucination. These are the characteristic features of a paranoid schizophrenic. It will be cured completely by medicines. There is absolute improvement with medicines. they have to take medicines for at least for a first episode for a minimum period of 2 years. We have ruled out the things like organicity, all those things, because he is a 63 years old patient. We ruled out all the organicities by doing CT scan, MRI scan, other investigations, and rule out. And typically a case of paranoid schizophrenia we will treat by medicines. Latest antipsychotics are there which are having very least side effects, and they will give you a complete relief to the patient. You are going to see after some time, I am prescribing the medicines for that patient through the relative. They will come after some time, and what they say now you are going to observe within a few minutes.
I have taken the medicines. My family members have mixed the medicines in the water initially unknowingly, but I have taken it. Later I have accepted, and 1 month is over. Now we have come to the hospital along with our caregivers.
ఏమ్మా ఇప్పుడు ఎట్లా ఉంటున్నారు మీ బాబాయ్ గారు?
ఇప్పుడు
అబ్బా నమస్కారం అండి.
ఈ దయ వల్ల బాగున్నాను సార్. అసలు ఏవేవో వినపడేది, భయం వేసేది, అటు వచ్చేది ఇటు వచ్చేది, మీరు మాత్రలు ఇచ్చారు, ఏం మాయ చేశారు సార్. మొత్తం మెదడు బ్యాక్ వాష్ లాగా చేశారు సార్. దాంట్లో సగం మీ అమ్మాయికి ఇవ్వాలండి. ఆమె దగ్గరుండి మిమ్మల్ని తీసుకొచ్చి మాకు చూపించి మా దగ్గర నుంచి మీకు ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేయబట్టి మీరు కూడా ఆమెకి మొదట్లో అన్కోఆపరేటివ్గా ఉన్న జబ్బు తగ్గే కొద్దీ మీరు కోఆపరేటివ్ అయ్యి మందులు జాగ్రత్తగా వేసుకొని మీ అంతటా మీరుగా ఆ రోజు నన్ను చాలా మాట్లాడినోళ్ళు వాళ్ళు నా దగ్గరకు వచ్చి మీరు అవన్నీ మేము పట్టించుకోమండి. మీరు మా దగ్గరికి పేషెంట్గా వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఎట్లా ఉంటారో అనే భావన మాకు తెలుస్తుంది కాబట్టి వాటి గురించి మేము ఎప్పుడూ దాని గురించి ఏమాత్రం ఫీల్ అవ్వం. మీరు ఇవాళ ఇంత బాగా వచ్చినందుకు మాకు మీ అమ్మాయికి ఇక్కడ చూసిన విజువల్స్ అందరికీ ట్రీట్మెంట్ తోటి పారనాయిడ్ స్కిజోఫ్రీనియా ఎంత బాగా తగ్గుతుంది అనేది మన డాక్టర్స్ కమ్యూనిటీలో మిగతా ప్రజలందరికీ తెలుస్తుంది. దే ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు ఎడ్యుకేట్ సో మెనీ పీపుల్ త్రూ దిస్ బ్రీఫ్ స్కిట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వన్ అండ్ ఆల్. పూర్తిగా తగ్గిపోయింది సార్. ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా ఇలాంటి లక్షణాలు కనపడ్డ వ్యక్తి ఉంటే పట్టుకొని మీ దగ్గరికి తీసుకొస్తాను సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అండ్ అమ్మాయి చాలా బాగా హెల్ప్ చేసావు నాకు బాగాలేనప్పుడు. ఏమైనా అనుకుంటే నన్ను మన్నించమ్మా తల్లి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Okay, they have very nicely done this skit. A big applause to them once again. Now we have some questions on this. So what are all the domains they have covered here? Can you please name one by one?
Knowledge.
Knowledge they have covered. Any other thing? Psychomotor skill, what they have covered here in this? Treatment part. And any other thing? How they have covered? Communication skills they have covered. And maybe the doctor is empathetic towards the patient also, like that. So very nice. Thank you very much. And the next role play, please, Prashanthi, please come.
We are going to discuss 3 different scenarios.
ఒకటి ఏం తెలియని పల్లెటూరు పేషెంట్, ఒకటి కొంచెం చదువుకున్న అతను, ఒకటి మెడికల్ ప్రొఫెషనల్. సో ఆ 3 సినారియోస్లో ఎలా ఉంటుందని ఒకసారి చూద్దాం.
నమస్తే మేడం గారు.
నమస్తే అమ్మా, చెప్పమ్మా ఏంటి?
మేడం గారు, నాకు నెలసర్లు ఎప్పుడు సమయానికే వస్తాయి, ఈసారి రాలేదు, ఒకసారి చూపించుకుందామని వచ్చాను మేడం.
పెళ్ళి ఎంతకాలం అవుతుందమ్మా?
1 year అవుతుంది మేడం.
పేరు చెప్పు.
ప్రశాంతి మేడం.
నీ పేరు నా పేరేనా? ఓకే, సంవత్సరం అవుతుందా? ఇదేనా మొదటిసారి?
అవును మేడం.
ఓకే, ఒకసారి యూరిన్ టెస్ట్ చేయించుకొని వచ్చావా? ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ పాజిటివ్ వచ్చిందమ్మా నీకు. ఎప్పుడు వచ్చింది లాస్ట్ పీరియడ్?
1 నెల మేడం, 10వ తారీఖు మేడం.
ఏ నెలమ్మా?
మే మేడం.
మే 10. జస్ట్ పాజిటివ్ వచ్చింది. ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత కొన్ని రక్త పరీక్షలు చేసుకుంటామమ్మా. నువ్వు బేబీని క్యారీ చేయడానికి ఎంతవరకు?
వద్దు మేడం, నాకు అవేమి మా వాళ్ళు ఎవరు చేయించుకోరు, నేను అలాంటివి ఏం చేయించుకోను.
ఒకసారి విను, మొదటి ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ కదా ఇది?
అవును మేడం.
ఓకే,
మీ రక్త పరీక్షలు అంటే నాకు చాలా కంగారుగా ఉంది మేడం, నేను అవేం చేయించుకోను.
కంగారు ఏం లేదు, నువ్వేం టెన్షన్ పడాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. అంటే బ్లడ్ తీస్తారని భయం వేస్తుందా?
లేదు, మా ఇంటి వాళ్ళు ఎవరు చేయించుకోరు, అందరూ ఇంటి దగ్గరే కన్నారు. ఏదో డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే మంచి అవుతుందని నేను వచ్చాను, మీరేమో పరీక్షలు అంటున్నారు.
లేదమ్మా, టెస్ట్ చేయించుకుంటే ఇప్పుడు నీకు సపోజ్ రక్తం తక్కువ ఉందనుకో, దానికి సంబంధించి మనం కరెక్ట్ చేయడానికి అవుతుంది. అలాగే నీకు ఏమన్నా తేడాలు ఉంటే మనం ముందే కరెక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి అవుతుంది.
తేడాలంటే మేడం గారు?
తేడాలంటే ముందు రక్తం తీసుకున్న తర్వాత నీకు సంబంధించి కొన్ని పరీక్షలు చేస్తాము. దాంతోపాటు ప్రెగ్నెన్సీలో ఇప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చేసిందంటే కొన్ని రకాల HIV ఇలాంటి టెస్టులు కూడా కంపల్సరీ.
చాలా పెద్ద పెద్ద జబ్బులు చెప్తున్నారు, అలాంటివి మా ఇంట వంట లేవు మేడం.
ఉంటాయని కాదమ్మా, జబ్బు ఉంటుందని టెస్ట్ చేయించుకోం. ఎవరికైనా ఒకసారి టెస్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత అందులో ఏదైనా తేడా వచ్చింది అనుకో
మేడం, నేను చేయించుకోను మేడం. HIV టెస్ట్ అంటే మా వాళ్ళందరూ మా ఇండ్ల దగ్గర అందరూ ఏదేదో మాట్లాడేస్తారు.
HIV అంటే ఎందుకు నీకు అంత భయం?
మా వాళ్ళు చాలా
అసలు నీకు తెలుసా HIV అంటే?
ఏమో, నాకు అవన్నీ తెలియదు మేడం.
HIV అనగానే భయపడుతున్నారు
అంతే మేడం. నాకు
చెప్పారు? ఎవరు వచ్చారు నీతో పాటు?
ఒక్కదాన్నే వచ్చాను మేడం గారు.
కాదమ్మా, కొన్ని రకాల జబ్బులు ఏంటంటే ఉంటుందని చేయించాం. ప్రభుత్వం అనేది ప్రోటోకాల్ లాగా పెట్టి అన్ని రకాల పరీక్షలు చేసి పొరపాటున ఎవరికన్నా దాంట్లో తేడా ఉందనుకో, ఇప్పుడు నీకు ఆకలి అవుతుందనుకో, ఏం చేస్తావు? వెళ్తావు, తింటావు, అయిపోతుంది కదా. పొట్టలో ఉన్న బేబీకి ఏదైనా అవసరం వస్తే ఎవరిని అడుగుతారు? మనమే వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సినవన్నీ ఇవ్వాలి. అన్ని రకాల పరీక్షలు చేయించుకుంటే దాంట్లో ఏదైనా తేడా ఉందనుకో, మనం దాన్ని జాగ్రత్త పడడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అదే సపోజ్ ఈ HIV లాంటిది ఉదాహరణగా చెప్తాను, భయపడకుండా విను. పరీక్ష చేయించుకొని దానిలో ఏదన్నా ఇబ్బంది ఉంది అనుకో, నిన్ను జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. నీ నుంచి బిడ్డకి రాకుండా కూడా నేను జాగ్రత్త పడడానికి, పరిపూర్ణంగా మనం దాన్ని నివారించడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అలాగే మీ ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళు కూడా జాగ్రత్త తీసుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఇన్ని రకాల ఉపయోగాలు పెట్టుకొని చిన్న పరీక్షకి నువ్వు ఎందుకు కంగారు పడుతున్నావు?
ఇదన్నీ టెస్టులు గిస్టులు అంటే మా వాళ్ళు ఏదేదో మాట్లాడుకుంటారు మేడం.
ఇంకా అలా కాదమ్మా, ఒకళ్ళ గురించి ఆలోచించకు, నీకు ఉపయోగమా కాదా అనేది ఆలోచించు.
సరే మేడం, చేయించుకుంటాను.
వెరీ గుడ్.
బేబీ కూడా బాగుంటుందని.
సరే, మా బ్లడ్ జాగ్రత్తగా తీస్తాను, నువ్వు కంగారు పడద్దు. పవన్, బ్లడ్ తీయాలి అమ్మాయికి. పవన్, బ్లడ్ జాగ్రత్తగా తీయండి, గ్లౌస్ వేసుకొని అన్ని ప్రికాషన్స్ పాటించి బ్లడ్ తీయండి. మీరు నీడిల్ కూడా జాగ్రత్తగా క్యాప్ చేసుకొని తీయాల్సి వస్తుంది. వెళ్ళండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకొక పేషెంట్ వస్తారు.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ మేడం.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్, చెప్పండి.
అది బ్లడ్ టెస్ట్ ఒకటి చేపిమన్నారు మేడం.
ఎవరు చెప్పారు?
అది మీరు చెప్పారు, రాశారు అని చెప్పి చెప్పారు.
ఓకే ఓకే,
ఫీవర్ వస్తుంది అని వచ్చాను కదా.
మీకు ఫీవర్ వస్తుందని అదే మీరు లాస్ట్ టైం అడిగారు చేయించుకుంటాననేసి.
అవును మేడం.
అంటే జ్వరం ఎప్పటి నుంచి వస్తుందండి?
3 months నుంచి కంటిన్యూస్ గా.
3 months నుంచి కంటిన్యూస్ గా వస్తుందా? ఇంకేమన్నా వేరే ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటున్నాయా?
అకేషనల్గా కాఫ్ అను స్ఫూటం వస్తుంది మేడం.
రిపీటెడ్గా ఫీవర్లు ఇట్లా
రిపీటెడ్గా వస్తున్నాయి ఇన్ఫెక్షన్స్.
ఓకే ఓకే. ఎందుకు భయపడుతున్నారు అంటే లాస్ట్ టైం మీరు అడిగారు నాకు హెచ్ఐవి టెస్టింగ్ చేయించుకుంటానని.
అంటే నేను ఆల్రెడీ 6 months బ్యాక్ చేయించుకున్నాను మేడం.
ఎందుకు చేయించుకున్నారు?
అంటే వాళ్ళు జస్ట్ ఏమన్నా ఉందేమో అని చూద్దామని చేయించుకున్నాను. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ నీడిల్స్ అలా కాకుండా.
నీడిల్ కాకుండా ఎలా అండి? నీడిల్ పెట్టి లేదు 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 అలా చేయడానికి ఉండదు. రక్తం తీసుకునే చేయాల్సింది. అయినా నీడిల్ అంటే ఎందుకు భయపడుతున్నారు మీరు? నీడిల్ పేరు చెప్పగానే
ఇప్పుడు అంతా బాగా అడ్వాన్స్డ్ ఉంటున్నాయి కదా మేడం.
లేదమ్మా లేదు లేదు. బ్లడ్ నీడిల్ తోటి బ్లడ్ తీసి దాన్ని మనం చెక్ చేయాలి. మీకు
ఎలాగోలా ఇచ్చేసేయండి మేడం రిపోర్ట్.
నీడిల్ అంటే ఎందుకు అంత పానిక్ అవుతున్నారు?
అవన్నీ ఎందుకు లేదు మేడం. ఇప్పుడు
చెప్పండి పర్వాలేదు పర్లేదు చెప్పండి.
ఏం లేదు మేడం. అంటే ఇంతకు ముందు హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉన్నప్పుడు జస్ట్ నీడిల్స్ కొద్దిగా ఫ్రీక్వెంట్ గా యూజ్ చేసేవాళ్ళు.
నీడిల్స్ యూజ్ చేసేవాళ్ళ?
డ్రగ్స్ అవి
డ్రగ్ అబ్యూస్ హిస్టరీ ఉంది. ఓకే.
అవన్నీ ఇప్పుడు ఏం లేవు మేడం. అప్పుడు టెస్ట్ చేయించుకున్నాను 6 months బ్యాక్. అప్పుడంతా
ఇప్పుడు మానేసారా? సో మీకు ఈ సినారియోలో మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే అండి, మీరు ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్, మీకు అన్నీ తెలుసు. నీడిల్స్ వల్ల హెచ్ఐవి వ్యాప్తి చెందుతుందని కూడా మీకు తెలుసు. సో ఆ బిహేవియర్ మీరు నిజంగానే ఖచ్చితంగా ఆపేశారా?
ఆపేశాను మేడం. లాస్ట్ టైం కూడా చెక్ చేయించాను.
ఎన్నాళ్ళు అవుతుంది ఆఖరిసారి నీడిల్? సో మీరు 6 నెలల క్రిందట టెస్ట్ చేయించుకున్నారు. సో విండో పీరియడ్ అని ఉంటుందండి. ఎక్స్పోజ్ అయిన తర్వాత కూడా మనకి హెచ్ఐవి కనపడకుండా ఉండే పీరియడ్ అది దాటిపోయాక మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి మనం టెస్ట్ చేయించుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది.
ఇప్పుడు కంపల్సరీ టెస్ట్ చేయించాలి.
బ్లడ్ టెస్టే చేసుకోవాలి. బ్లడ్ టెస్ట్ చేసుకుని మళ్ళీ రిస్క్ బిహేవియర్కి మీరు పాల్పడకూడదు. సరేనా? పవన్ ఇంకో కేసు. సరే పవన్ ఇంకొక లాస్ట్ సినారియో. పవన్ ఏంటి
మేడం? అది బ్లడ్ తీసుకుంటే నీడిల్ ప్రిక్ అయింది.
అయ్యో గ్లౌస్ వేసుకున్నారా?
వేసుకున్నాను.
ఎవరికి అంటే లైక్ రిపోర్ట్ తెలిసిన పేషెంట్ ఇంకా తెలియదు. ఓకే ఫస్ట్ పేషెంట్ శాంపుల్ తీస్తుంటే ప్రిక్ అయింది. ఫస్ట్ పేషెంట్ స్టేటస్ చూద్దాం. పేషెంట్ స్టేటస్ ఏమొచ్చింది అనే దాన్ని బట్టి ఇప్పుడు పాజిటివ్ వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, మనం ఒకసారి మనం కూడా మీది కూడా తీసి PCR చెక్ చేసుకుందాము. దాన్ని బట్టి ప్రొఫైలాక్సిస్ వాడదాము. తర్వాత అందులో లక్కీగా ఏం రాలేదనుకోండి 6 నెలల తర్వాత టెస్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. ఓకే టెన్షన్ పడకండి. రండి కంక్లూడ్ చేద్దాం రండి. ఓకే సో ఇన్ ఏ కంక్లూజన్, హెచ్ఐవి అనేది మనం మాట్లాడొచ్చు, పూర్తిగా నివారించదగ్గ వ్యాధి కాబట్టి దాని గురించి ముందు మనమే మాట్లాడడం స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి. దాని గురించి ఉన్న సాంఘిక పరమైన అడ్డంకి, ఆ సోషల్ స్టిగ్మా అనేది పోవాలి. మన నుంచే డిస్కషన్ అనేది మొదలవ్వాలి. అప్పుడే పేషెంట్స్లో యాక్సెప్టెన్స్ వస్తుంది.
Thank you very much, Prashanti Square.
So both Prashantis have done extremely well, and now you can understand the role play, how it helps, and especially people who have role played. Prashanti, who has played as a patient, now you could you could empathize with the patient. Is it not? She has gone into the patient's shoes, and whatever patient complains, she has come out. So excellent performance by both of them. And now we can plan role play in lot of our lectures. That is what I feel. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the patent hearing.
Next session will be by Dr. Tanveer. She will be telling about the assessment and their characteristic features of the assessment in general. So followed by how to frame the essay question, MCQ, that also essay. Next followed by Dr. Madhubabu, how it has to be done.
Thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon, everyone. Since morning it has been an elaborate session. What you have all learned till now, what did you learn till now? You came to know what is meant by audience and what behaviors we want to see, what are the domains we want to test, and then last comes how to test. May I know what do you mean by assessment? Each group tell me one point regarding assessment. What do you mean by assessment? Testing the knowledge. Okay, then next group. What do you mean by assessment, sir? We are doing assessment daily. We are checking, we are doing assessment of a student or a patient, or we want to know what the prior knowledge they have regarding something. And what else what else do you mean by assessment? Yeah, assessing the skills. Yeah, how much they are applying the acquired knowledge, and understanding the facts that are known and how they are applying. Then, so can we use the same assessment procedure for all the knowledge, all the skills? No. So we should have certain norms and certain assessment methods for certain skills. Okay? So a teacher can never teach perfectly until he becomes a continuous learner. We should learn first. That's why we are here. To become effective teachers, we have come here to learn a new skill. So, first of all, we should have certain objectives. Before going to your topic, we should have certain objectives for which we have come here. So, today we have come here to learn the process of teaching. That is our first objective. So, we should have a preformed objectives before entering a session. So, at the end of my session, we should be able to differentiate between assessment and evaluation. Do you feel that both are same? So now in the role play that has been done, 2 role plays we have seen. So if we ask one group, they will assess in one way. If we ask the other group, they will assess the same role play in another way. So we should have certain standards and norms and criteria by which we can assess the same thing. So we should have certain norms. So assessment and evaluation are 2 different things. What is the difference? We will come to know at the end of this session. Then there should be different formats for different types of skills that we need to assess. Then we should explain the principles and attributes of effective assessment, and we should know the purpose and utility of each assessment session. So assessment is a process of determining whether the predetermined educational objective has been achieved. So while coming to this class, or while we are going to a lecture, we have certain predetermined objectives. So suppose I am going to teach about dengue. I should know, the student should know what is the definition of dengue, what are the clinical features of dengue, and how to diagnose the case, and then how to manage. These are my objectives. at the end of the session, I should know if the student had perceived the same thing or not. Am I able to share that knowledge that I have with my students or not? That is we have to see if the predetermined objective has been attained or not. That is assessment. What do you mean by evaluation? It is by giving the marks. We can give some MCQs and we can see who has done well and who has not done. This is the difference, basic difference between assessment and evaluation. And by quantitating them, we can give the measurement. Suppose 8 out of 10, that is a measurement. Okay? So, what is the need of this assessment? Do we need assessment? Students have come here, we have learned, we have taught them and they have learned and they went away. Is that enough for us? So, we need to assess that what is the first main use to improve ourselves. We need to take the feedback from the same so that we can improve ourselves and we can implement whatever the drawbacks we can have. We had in this lecture, we can rectify in our forthcoming lectures. And it should be a continuous stimulus for the learning. If the student doesn't have exam, is he going to read the topic? Do you feel that, am I going to read a topic if that is not useful for me? No. So I should have a stimulus. It acts as a stimulus for keeping me learning. And of course, certification, it is a priormost thing. Then, in order to get selected in a certain exam or in some competitive test, we need to have some certain skills, and that in that way assessment is also useful. And then it acts as a guidance and for counseling and as a feedback. So what are the different formats of assessment? It could be summative or formative. What is the difference between this summative and formative? Even in now the lower classes, even in the schools, there is formative assessment and summative assessment. So what do you mean by, is there any difference or is it the same? What is the difference? What do you mean by formative assessment? What do you mean by summative assessment? Yeah. Suppose if I ask the feedback or if I give some MCQs at the end of this session, this is a formative assessment. A small topic and followed by its feedback or questions. That is a formative assessment. And summative assessment at the end of the year that we are going to final exams, that is a summative assessment. The differences will be dealt by the subsequent speaker. So types of assessment. Again, there should be norm referenced and criteria referenced. That means we have certain norms. Are these norms fulfilled or not, we will see. Or sometimes we have some criteria. Because, so what do you mean by norm referenced? Suppose in a class there are 50 students. We want to know who is doing better among these. This is, we will see that if it is, he is up to that norm or not. That is a norm reference. Discriminate between high and low achievers. We can differentiate between the two by knowing the norm reference. And individuals with respect to performance of others on that test. Suppose if we have given one test and we will mark him as, suppose if we have some 10 points and we want, in the morning ma'am has given a checklist to one of you and ma'am said, you see who is doing, if all the things are done or not. That is a sort of assessment, okay? And the second one is a criterion reference. In this, we have certain criteria which should be addressed. These are the compulsory things, okay? Because if we want to know, test the knowledge. Suppose if we want a student to, if we have given an essay, suppose on pneumonia, we will see each one of you will have different answers. Some may write about the pathogenesis of pneumonia, some may write about the clinical features, some may write about the management. Depending on their level of knowledge, they will write the answer. But we should have certain criteria to be fulfilled to give marks. Because while I am assessing, I may feel that, yeah, he has written all the clinical features well, so I will give the marks. You may write, he has not written the pathological features, so I am not going to give the marks. That way, it may differ depending on the assessor as well. So we should have certain criteria while assessing the questions. That's why we need to have this assessment. So what are the different methods of assessment? It could be a written test, it could be a practical, or it could be a clinical skill examination, objective type, viva-voce, and thesis and projects. It depends on the domain which we are examining. Suppose if you want to know about the knowledge domain. Knowledge domain means he should have certain knowledge about the topic, and we want to see if he is having enough knowledge or not. In that, what we will do? Will you ask him to do demonstrate? No. In that case, you will give an essay or MCQs. So it depends on the domain which the assessment method depends on the domain. If it is a effective domain, what is the best method of assessment? Knowledge domain, what are the things we see? If he knows or knows how. Okay, that is the cognitive domain. So he should know and know how. So what are the assessment methods you can ask? Yeah, you can ask for the written exams, and you can ask for explain the clinical features or something. You want to know what he knows and how it, depending on the pathogenesis or all these things. And if it is an effective domain, what is the method of assessment you want? Yeah, clinical methods, bedside teaching. So it depends on the domain. If it is knows how, shows and does. Okay? Depending on the domain we are testing, we'll select the mode of assessment. If it is only knowledge domain, you can ask for MCQs or essay questions, problem solving questions. You can ask, you can test the knowledge, prior knowledge of the candidate. And if it is a shows how, it is a practical thing. So you can ask OSCEs, OSLers or long and short cases. Case presentations could be the method of assessment. If it does, so it should be a practical assessment. So depending on the domain that we want to assess and depending on the audience, we will select the mode of assessment. Okay? If you are examining a phase 1 student, he should be in knowledge domain. If it is a phase 3 student, then you have to know does or shows how. Okay, it depends on, even the method of assessment depends on the audience and the domain that you want to test. So this is the Miller's prism of clinical competence. So in this also it is, in the phase 1 student we want to know what he knows. So we will give, it is a fact gathering thing and you can ask MCQs. And knows how, it could be an essay questions, and if it is shows, it is a practical thing. And does is integrated direct observation method. So format of exams that is available is cognitive, psychomotor and affective. So again you can use think, pair and share in this format. So for cognitive domain, cognitive is something regarding our knowledge. So you can go with the written assessment, essay questions, short answer questions and MCQs and modified essay questions. You can modify the same question depending on the what we can say condition and domain that we are using. If you use a simple condition, then it becomes a modified essay question. Okay? Then problem solving assignments, projects, thesis writing and oral examinations. Then for psychomotor domain, it is a skill based domain. We want to test the skills. So here it could be observation, practical, clinical posting, OSCE, OSPE, DOPS, simulated patients and video recording. So in this domain you can give a simple case to the patient and you can ask him to auscultate, show the auscultatory method. How do you auscultate the chest or percussion of the chest or palpation of the abdomen. This is a psychomotor domain. We want to test the skills that he has attained during our, and it again depends on the phase of the student. If he is a phase 1 student, it could be because on the cadaver. If it is on the phase 3 student, you have to demonstrate the clinical examination of chest on the patient or whatever it depends on the audience as well. And OSCE will give a simulated question, simulated condition, and you want to test the skill that he is asked to show. DOPS, what do you mean by DOPS? It is a directly observed practical skill. So he will observe the teacher doing that, then he does the same thing. Okay? Then simulated patients, that it has been done as a role play now by Dr. Prashanti. That is a simulated patient conditions. And video recording and reviewing the same contents. These are the different methods that we assess the psychomotor domain. Then for affective domain, what do you mean by affective domain? It is our interaction with the patient. We want to see how we interact with the patient. For that, it is by direct observation, as was done by the psychiatrists. We have observed how they communicated their knowledge to the patient as well as to the attender. That comes under the affective domain. Then we can have the checklist, questionnaire forms if we are doing the same things or not, logbooks, group discussions, OSCE, OSPE, all these things can be assessed. For affective domain can be assessed by these methods. So now coming to the characteristics of assessment. So can we use the same assessment? We should have certain characteristics for the assessment to be fulfilled. So what are those? It should be, the test should be valid. So whatever the test we are doing, it should be valid test. Because I am writing a question, it is not a question for me. It should be for everyone. So it should be valid and it should be reliable. Wherever it is asked, the same answer should be reproducible. Then it should be acceptable to all the audience, whoever is there. It should be acceptable and it should be feasible. Suppose if I ask them to demonstrate a knee transplantation, is it possible? It should be feasible. Under the conditions that we are there, we should ask them the same procedure. And it should have an educational impact. At the end of the assessment, the student should take some knowledge, gain some knowledge. So what does validity mean? It should consider the learning outcomes sought to be measured. So suppose the main objective of if a theory class, a lecture has been run and with the main objective of teaching the students know the etiopathogenesis of dengue. At the end of the session or when I assess the questions, I cannot ask, when I am teaching about the etiopathogenesis, I cannot ask about the clinical features. It should meet the objectives that are meant to be learned in that session. Okay, so the assessment should be directed towards the objective that was dealt in the beginning. Am I clear? So it refers both to the instrument and tool. Suppose if I want to check the weight of a under 10 kgs and I give a weighing machine for more than 20 kgs, is that possible? So it should refer to, it should be valid for the thing that I have been teaching. So it should be, the interpretation of the test should be accurate. So there are few aspects of validity. So what is the content of validity? It is the synchronization between the contents of the test and the content of teaching. Suppose whatever I have taught, the assessment should be directed towards the same thing. Okay? Suppose while framing the questions, you can have, these are the weightages. Suppose these are the weightages given for different topics. So when I intend to give a question, I should see that the 15% of marks are from topic A only. So it should be directed towards that. So criterion related validity, it should be external. A group of students, suppose I feel that this group was excellent. So when they go outside and they perform in a test, they should be excellent. That is the external criteria to be met. Otherwise, it is simply me telling that they are excellent, they can't become excellent. That is how the assessment should be done. It should be fair. So what are the different factors influencing the validity? Pertaining to the test and pertaining to the student. If the directions are unclear, if what I am asking, if I am unclear in asking my questions, how can you answer the question accurately? If it is unclear direction, or ambiguous or poor question framing, inappropriate difficulty level. We should know the difficulty level while framing the questions as well, to assess a student. And suppose if we have given insufficient time, that is also not proper thing. And errors in scoring and environmental factors. These are the things that pertaining to the test. So while framing a test, we should keep all these things in our mind. Then pertaining to the student, emotional disturbance or lack of motivation is from the student side. Reliability. So first we have seen validity. It should be valid. Then what do you mean by reliability? It should be reliable. Wherever we perform the test, the answer should be the same. It should be repeatable. In whatever the test remains constant over a period of time or in different situations for the same sample. That is known as reliable. So, factors affecting reliability are external environment and the mood of the student as well as the examiner. So, third one is the acceptability. So, it should be acceptable to the student, to the faculty, and also it should be according to the cultural issues, and it should not be influenced by different regions or languages. So whatever the test we want to perform, it should be acceptable to the society as well as us. So it should impart some education. At the end of the assessment, ఏదో ఒకటి రాసావు మనకేం పనికిరాదు అని కాకుండా it should impart some knowledge on their level. So what are the utility of assessment? We see the utility of assessment by validity, reliability, feasibility, acceptability and its impact. All this influence the utility of the test. So if any one of them is zero, suppose if the test is valid, reliable, feasible, but if it is not acceptable, it comes down to zero. Okay, so it should satisfy all these factors. So this is about introduction to assessment. I hope I am clear in this. And types of assessment will be dealt by Dr. Madhubabu sir.
Hello. Okay, the last topic. So already మీకు తెలుసు కాబట్టి ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్ అండ్ సమ్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్. సో ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్ అనేది మనకి వీక్లీ టెస్ట్ కానీ మంత్లీ టెస్ట్గా, హాఫ్ ఇయర్లీ, క్వార్టర్లీ టెస్ట్గా పెడతాం. సమ్మేటివ్ అనేది యూనివర్సిటీ ఎగ్జామ్ అనమాట, లాస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్. డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటంటే ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్కి ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ అనేది ఉంటుంది అనమాట ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్లో. సో ఎనీ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ అని ఉంటే మనం యూ కెన్ సజెస్ట్ ఫర్ ద స్టూడెంట్స్. ఓకే, సమ్మేటివ్లో ఆ హోప్ లేదు, దేర్ ఇస్ నో ఛాన్స్ ఫర్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ గివెన్ టు ద స్టూడెంట్స్. ఓకే, ఓన్లీ పాస్ ఆర్ ఫెయిల్ అనేది ఉంటుంది అనమాట. అదే. సో అసెస్మెంట్ గివెన్ కండక్టెడ్ డ్యూరింగ్ ద ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ విత్ ద ప్రైమరీ పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఫర్ ఇంప్రూవ్డ్ లెర్నింగ్. అంటే ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ ఏదైనా చేసుకోవాలి, ఎక్కడన్నా క్వశ్చన్స్ ఏమైనా రాంగ్గా చేస్తున్నారా, ఎక్కువ ఎస్ఎస్ ఎలా రాయాలి, షార్ట్ నోట్స్ ఎలా రాయాలి, డయాగ్రామ్స్ ఎలా గీయాలి అన్నీ కూడా చెప్పాలన్నమాట ఎస్ఎస్లో. ఓకే, అలాగే టైం అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తాం ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఎగ్జామ్స్. ఓకే, అది కాంప్రిహెన్షన్ ఎలా నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు, లెర్నింగ్ నీడ్స్, ఇంకేమైనా స్పెషల్ క్లాసెస్ ఏమైనా కావాలా వాళ్ళకి, ఎక్స్ట్రా క్లాసెస్ కానీ, ఏమైనా డిఫికల్ట్ టాపిక్స్ ఉన్నాయి వాళ్ళకి అన్ని కూడా మనం రివిజన్ చేసే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది అనమాట ఓన్లీ ఇన్ ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్. ఓకే, అండ్ వీ కెన్ డిటెక్ట్ ద స్ట్రెంగ్స్ అండ్ వీక్నెస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇండివిజువల్ లెవెల్. ఓకే, సో వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కడ వీక్గా ఉన్నారు, ఏ చాప్టర్లో వీక్గా ఉన్నారు, ఫ్రీక్వెన్సీ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఎలా పెట్టాలి. ఓకే, వీ కెన్ గివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఎట్ ఎవ్రీ వీక్లీ ఎగ్జామ్స్ పెట్టొచ్చా, at the end of completion of a chapter పెట్టొచ్చు, we can give exams like that. Okay, ఏరియా కవర్డ్, స్మాల్ టాపిక్సా బిగ్ టాపిక్సా అంటే ఒక 3-4 చాప్టర్స్ కలిపి ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టొచ్చు, అలా దట్ వీ కెన్ కీప్ ఎన్ ఎగ్జామ్. సో ఇట్ విల్ ఓన్లీ అడ్వైజరీ, there is no pass or fail for this formative assessment. Okay, so we can advise them to improve their marks and improve their knowledge. Okay, you can record this, we may not record. Okay, and feedback, so from students perspective we can get the feedback from the students, we can identify their learning difficulties and identify చేస్తాం అన్నమాట. ఓకే, ఫ్యాకల్టీ కూడా అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళకి అర్థమవుతుంది వాళ్ళ వీక్నెస్ ఏంటి, సో వాళ్ళు చెప్తుంది స్టూడెంట్స్కి అర్థమవుతుంది లేదా, ఇంకా ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ ఏమైనా చేసుకోవాలా, వాళ్ళకి మోడ్ ఆఫ్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్లో ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్స్ ఉండాలా, పవర్ పాయింట్స్ అలా వాళ్ళు ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకుంటారు అనమాట. ఓకే, సో దే బోత్ స్టూడెంట్స్ అండ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ విల్ బెనిఫిట్ బై దిస్ అసెస్మెంట్. సమ్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్ తీసుకుంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ సర్టిఫైయింగ్ అసెస్మెంట్. ఓకే, సో బై ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ద కోర్స్ కాంపిటెన్స్. ఓకే, సో మీ కాంపిటెన్స్ తెలుసు కదా, అట్లా సో కాంపిటెంట్ ఏంటి, ఐఎంజీ డాక్టర్ ఏముంటాయి, అది C² L² ఉంది కదా, క్లినిషియన్, లైఫ్ లాంగ్ లెర్నర్, లీడర్, ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, అలాగే చేయాలన్నమాట. ఓకే, సో ఫ్రీక్వెంట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఎగ్జామ్ ఏంటిది, గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ అప్పుడు కానీ అంటే ఫైనల్ MBBS అప్పుడు కానీ పెట్టచ్చు, ప్రమోషన్కి అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్ ప్రమోషన్ అవ్వాలన్నా ఎగ్జామ్స్ సబ్మిట్ ఎగ్జామ్ పెడతాం, లైసెన్సింగ్ మనకి ఇది ఎగ్జామ్ రాయాలి కదా రేపు, నెక్స్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్కి ఏపీ రావాలన్నా కూడా ఇది కావాలన్నమాట. ఓకే, అది ఏరియా కవర్డ్ ఎంటైర్ కోర్స్. పర్మనెంట్ రికార్డ్ అంటే వీళ్ళకి ఎలా రికార్డ్ వస్తుంది, పర్మనెంట్ రికార్డు ఎలా వస్తుంది చెప్పండి, వీళ్ళకి రికార్డ్స్ ఎలా వస్తాయి పర్మనెంట్గా, కంప్లీట్ అయింది కోర్స్ ఎలా వస్తుంది వాళ్ళకి రికార్డు. ఓకే, డిగ్రీ సర్టిఫికేట్. ఓకే, డిగ్రీ సర్టిఫికేట్ కానీ ఇంటర్న్షిప్ సర్టిఫికేట్ కానీ రికార్డ్ రూపంలో వాళ్ళకి వస్తుంది. ఓకే, దట్స్ హౌ దే విల్ గెట్ ద రికార్డ్. ఇక్కడ మనకి ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఛాన్స్ ఉందా, ఇక్కడ దేర్ ఇస్ నో ఛాన్స్ ఫర్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్. ఎందుకు లేదు ఇక్కడ, వై దేర్ ఇస్ నో ఫీడ్బ్యాక్, బికాస్ దే ఆల్రెడీ పాస్డ్ ఆర్ ఫెయిల్డ్. ఓకే, వన్స్ దే ఆర్ పాస్డ్ దే వోంట్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ అగైన్ టు యూ. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇస్ నో ఛాన్స్ ఫర్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ హియర్. ఓకే, సో ఫ్యాకల్టీ కూడా దే విల్ నో ద హౌ మెనీ స్టూడెంట్స్ హావ్ పాస్డ్, హౌ మెనీ స్టూడెంట్స్ హావ్ ఫెయిల్డ్, వాళ్ళ టీచింగ్ ఎలా ఉంది, దే విల్ నో హౌ దే ఆర్ టీచింగ్ టు స్టూడెంట్స్. ఓకే, దే ఆల్సో నో అబౌట్ దేర్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ తీసుకుంటే so all of you are teaching in your departments. How many internal assessments are there in your department for a 1-year course, first year or second year or third year? How many internal assessment exams you are conducting in your students? ఎన్ని చేస్తున్నారు మీరు, 1 or 2 or 3? 3 assessments. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 మీకు టైం టేబుల్ ఇస్తారు, యూనివర్సిటీ విల్ గివ్ ఏ టైం టేబుల్, ఫిక్స్డ్ టైం టేబుల్, దాని ప్రకారం విల్ కండక్ట్ ద ఎగ్జామ్స్. ఓకే, సో ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఈజ్ ఎ కరికులం బేస్డ్ అసెస్మెంట్ అనమాట. ఓకే, కరికులం. ఓకే, సో మన ఇక్కడ సపోజ్ ఒక సెకండ్ ఇయర్ స్టూడెంట్ ఉన్నారనమాట, వీళ్ళకి క్లినికల్ పోస్టింగ్ జరిగింది, వీళ్ళకి పోస్టింగ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఫస్ట్ వీక్ తర్వాత ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టచ్చు. మనం ఎలా ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టచ్చు, వీళ్ళకి హిస్టరీ టేకింగ్ గురించి వాళ్ళకి ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టచ్చు, ఎలా హిస్టరీ ఎలా తీసుకోవాలి, ఏం చేస్తారు హిస్టరీలో కంప్లైంట్స్ అంటే ప్రీవియస్ ఏమైనా ఉన్నాయో తెలుసుకుంటారు. అలాగే జనరల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్లో ఏమన్నా ఎనీమియా, సైనోసిస్, క్లబ్బింగ్ లాంటి ఎలా రాయాలో తెలుస్తుంది. GIT ఎగ్జామినేషన్, అదర్ రెస్పిరేటరీ సిస్టమ్, CVS, CNS ఇన్ని కూడా బై ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ 8 weeks దేనిలో సిస్టమ్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ తెలుస్తుంది అనమాట వాళ్ళకి. సెమినార్ ఎలా ప్రజెంట్ చేయాలో తెలుస్తుంది. ఈ మొత్తం కలిపి హౌ మెనీ మార్క్స్ వీఆర్ గివింగ్, 350 marks. ఓకే, సో 350 marksని ఎలా రెడ్యూస్ చేస్తాం మనం, రెడ్యూస్ ఇట్ టు 60. 60కి 350కి వాళ్ళకి 170 వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, 60కి ఎన్ని వస్తాయి, 350కి 175 అంటే 60కి 30. ఓకే, సో విల్ టేక్ ద 30. ఓకే, అలా తీసుకుంటాం అనమాట. అంటే ఇది ఎవరికి చేస్తాం, మనకు క్లినికల్ పోస్టింగ్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఇలా ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టచ్చు, ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్. ఓకే, థింక్, పేర్, షేర్ ఉందా మేడం అన్న? ఓకే, ఓకే, మీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్లో మీరు ఏమేమి చేస్తున్నారో ఒక 5 minutes మీరు ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వండి, ఎలా ఎగ్జామ్స్ పెట్టినారు, ఇంటర్ లెసన్స్ ఎలా చేస్తున్నారు, ఫార్మేట్ ఎలా చేస్తున్నారు, సబ్మిట్ ఎలా చేస్తున్నారు అనేది ఒక 5 minutes బ్రీఫ్ ఇంటరాక్షన్ చేసుకొని ఎలా మార్క్స్, ఎన్ని మార్క్స్ ఇస్తున్నారు, ఏం మెథడ్లో అసెస్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఎలా షార్ట్ నోట్సా, లాంగ్ క్వశ్చన్సా, ఎంసీక్యూసా, ఏ మెథడ్స్ వాడుతున్నారు, ఎన్ని మార్క్స్ ఇస్తున్నారు, అలాగే రిజల్ట్స్ ఎంతకి ఎన్ని మార్క్స్కి కన్సిడర్ చేసి ఇస్తున్నారు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిస్కస్ చేసుకోండి 5 minutes.
Internal assessment. Think, pair and share. From morning you are doing that. It is not new for you. Share, discuss with your neighbor and 1 minute discussion. Then you have to tell your views. Write down, please. Whatever you are doing. Formative assessments you are doing. Internal assessment is according to the timetable given by university. So what is the method we are using? Of assessment.
Two internals, first internal and second internal, and one pre-final. In second internal, practicals will be there, and pre-final also practicals will be there. 80 marks and 20 marks is MCQs, first internal, and 2 essays, and it is a university pattern.
So formative assessments, monthly minimum 1 formative assessment we have to do. That is preferably they have given. We can do more also, like weekly assessment. And when the posting is there, by the end of the posting there should be some assessment. Before student leaves the posting, they have to be assessed. And formative assessment can be, we can use any method. It is MCQs can be given, short answer, because the mainly our intention is to train them for the final examination. But difference between summative and formative is, it is assessment for learning. Formative assessment and internal assessment, there is a scope for correction, scope for improvement. And summative assessment is a pass or fail. There is no scope for improvement. So formative and internal are assessment for learning. It is assessment for learning. And summative is assessment of learning. Okay, that you have to know the difference between these two. So sometimes you can conduct short answer questions. Sometimes you can ask MCQs for formative assessment. Internal assessment preferably in the university pattern to train them for the summative exam. And one more thing is, NMC guideline says every internal assessment is followed by practical. It has to be done. Practical exam also, like pre-para. Now we cannot use pre-para. It is first professional and second professional also. The first and second internal should be followed by practical examination. That marks also we have to, that marks he will tell what are the guidelines for mark distribution and all. So.
ఓకే, ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. ఇక్కడ మనకి అసైన్మెంట్స్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వచ్చు, అంటే ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్లో అసైన్మెంట్స్ ఇవ్వచ్చు వాళ్ళకి. సెమినార్స్, కేస్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్, కేస్ డిస్కషన్స్, ప్రాబ్లమ్ సాల్వింగ్ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్, ఓకే, హెల్త్ కేర్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్, తర్వాత రిటర్న్ టెస్ట్లు ఇవన్నీ కూడా దే కమ్ అండర్ ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్స్ అనమాట. ఓకే, తర్వాత ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్లో మనం వీ కెన్ కండక్ట్ థియరీ ఎగ్జామ్, థియరీ టెస్ట్, సెమినార్స్ పెట్టచ్చు, క్విజెస్. తర్వాత ప్రాక్టికల్ టెస్ట్ ఎలా పెట్టచ్చు అంటే ఆస్కీ అంటే ఏంటి, ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ స్ట్రక్చర్డ్ క్లినికల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్. అలాగే ఆస్పీ అంటే ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్. డాప్స్ అంటే డైరెక్ట్లీ అబ్జర్వ్డ్ ప్రొసీజరల్ స్కిల్స్, మినీ క్లినికల్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్, రికార్డ్ మెయింటెనెన్స్ అండ్ యాటిట్యూడ్ అసెస్మెంట్ అన్ని కూడా మనం కండక్ట్ అండ్ ద ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్. ఓకే, అంటే ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్కి ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జామ్లో ఎన్ని చేయొచ్చు, ఇలా చేయొచ్చు, మనం ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జామ్ డివైడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. How many practical assessments? No less than 3 in each preclinical and paraclinical. అంటే ఫస్ట్ సెకండ్లో no less than 3 and no less than 2 in each clinical subject. అంటే మెడిసిన్ సర్జరీ క్లినిక్లో no less minimum 2 ఉండాలి ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్. ఓకే, అలాగే పోస్టింగ్, ప్రతి పోస్టింగ్ అయిన తర్వాత కూడా దే షుడ్ హ్యావ్ వన్ క్లినికల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ అసెస్మెంట్. ఓకే, మెడిసిన్ పోస్టింగ్ అయితే ఒక ఎగ్జామ్, సర్జరీ పోస్టింగ్ అయితే ఇంకో ఎగ్జామ్, అలా ఎగ్జామ్స్ పెట్టాలి. తర్వాత సపోజ్ ఒక సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉంది, ఎక్స్పెషల్ తీసుకుంటే మెడిసిన్ ఉందనుకోండి. మెడిసిన్ ఎప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ ఉంది వాళ్ళకి? సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో దాన్ని ఏమంటాం మనం? సెకండ్ ఎంబీబీఎస్. అలాగే థర్డ్ ఎంబీబీఎస్లో పార్ట్ 1, పార్ట్ 2 రెండు ఉంటాయి. సో అలా హౌ కెన్ వి డివైడ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ అంటే when they come into second year we can conduct an exam. ఎన్ని మార్క్స్ ఇవ్వచ్చు అప్పుడు? 50 మార్క్స్ ఎగ్జామ్. అలాగే థర్డ్ ప్రొఫెషన్లో ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్ 1కి వచ్చినప్పుడు అదర్ 50 మార్క్స్ ఇంకో ఎగ్జామ్. పార్ట్ 2కి వచ్చినప్పుడు, చివరిలోకి వచ్చినప్పుడు 100 మార్క్స్ ఇంకో ఎగ్జామ్. 3 ఎగ్జామ్స్ పెట్టి ఎంత వచ్చింది టోటల్ మార్క్స్? 200 మార్క్స్. ఓకే, సో 3 phases-లో 3 ఎగ్జామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు వాళ్ళకి. ఓకే, సో దట్ దే కెన్ డివైడ్. ఓకే, అదే. సో ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఏంటంటే మెడిసిన్ కానీ, సర్జరీ కానీ, గైనిక్ కానీ ఇలాంటి 3 phases డివైడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఓకే, అది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఫేజ్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి మనకి ఎనాటమీ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి? 3 ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్, ఫిజియాలజీ 3, బయోకెమిస్ట్రీ 3, కమ్యూనిటీ మెడిసిన్ 1 ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఎగ్జామ్. ఓకే, అది. వీటిలో అట్లీస్ట్ 1 షార్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఫ్రమ్ యాడ్కామ్ నుంచి ఒక షార్ట్ క్వశ్చన్, టుమారో యాడ్కామ్ గురించి చెప్తారు, దాని నుంచి ఒక షార్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది. ఓకే, అది. అండ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద 3 tests ఇన్ క్లినికల్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ షుడ్ బి ఫ్రమ్ ప్రిలిమినరీ. అంటే ఏంటి ఇక్కడ? 3 ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్లో లాస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్ షుడ్ బి ప్రీ ఫైనల్ ఎగ్జామ్ అంటారు దాన్ని. ప్రీ ఫైనల్ ఎగ్జామ్ అంటే ప్రీ యూనివర్సిటీ ఎగ్జామ్. అది సిమిలర్ టు యూనివర్సిటీ ఎగ్జామ్లా ఉంటుంది అనమాట. అంటే 2 పేపర్స్ ఉంటాయి, ప్రాక్టికల్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి అనమాట. ఓకే, అది. ఈసీ అంటే ఏంటి ఇక్కడ? ఎర్లీ క్లినికల్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ షుడ్ బి స్టార్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సబ్జెక్ట్. ఫిజియాలజీ వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తారు? వాళ్ళు బ్లడ్ బ్యాంక్కి వెళ్తారు. దే కెన్ గో టు ద ఈసీజీ, మెడిసిన్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి వెళ్ళి ఈసీజీ చూడొచ్చు. దే కెన్ గో ఇన్ టు డిఫరెంట్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్. ఓకే, అది. నెక్స్ట్ ప్యాథాలజీ, ఫార్మకాలజీ, మైక్రోబయాలజీ. ఓకే, 3 ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్ ఫర్ ఈచ్ సబ్జెక్ట్. ఓకే, వీళ్ళకి కూడా ఒక షార్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఫ్రమ్ యాడ్కామ్ ఉండాలి. అలాగే లాస్ట్ ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ షుడ్ బి సిమిలర్ టు ద యూనివర్సిటీ ఎగ్జామ్కి సిమిలర్గా ఉండాలన్నమాట అది. ఓకే, అది. అట్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ఈచ్ పోస్టింగ్ కూడా ఒక ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టాలి. ఎలాంటి ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టాలంటే ఒక థియరీ అండ్ ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జామ్ షుడ్ బి గివెన్. అలాగే లాస్ట్ థర్డ్ ఫేజ్ స్టూడెంట్స్లో ఫోరెన్సిక్ మెడిసిన్, టాక్సికాలజీ 2 ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్ ఉండాలి. కమ్యూనిటీ మెడిసిన్ 2. అంటే కమ్యూనిటీ మెడిసిన్ మొత్తం ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి ఇప్పటికి? ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో 1 ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇంకో 2 ఉంటాయి, మొత్తం అన్ని 3 ఉంటాయి అనమాట. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో. ఓకే, 1+2. ఆప్థల్మాలజీ 2, ఈఎన్టీ 2. అలా తర్వాత ఇక్కడ కూడా సేమ్ యాడ్కామ్ ఉండాలి. తర్వాత లాస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్ షుడ్ బి ప్రీ ఫైనల్. అదే. డే టు డే రికార్డ్స్ అండ్ లాగ్ బుక్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి. కాంపిటెన్సీ స్కిల్స్ అన్ని కూడా రికార్డ్ చేయాలన్నమాట వీళ్ళకి. అదే. ఓకే, సరే. సో వీళ్ళకి మార్క్స్ ఎలా ఇవ్వాలంటే థియరీ ప్రాక్టికల్ కలిపి ఎంత ఉండాలి? పాస్ పర్సెంటేజ్ 50%. ఓకే, అలాగే థియరీ ప్రాక్టికల్లో మినిమం 40 రావాలి. సో మీకు క్లియర్గా అర్థం కావాలంటే సో ఇది ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి ఇక్కడ, యూనివర్సిటీ గైడ్ లైన్స్. సో మనకి ఫస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్ ఇదేంటి? ఫస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్ అంటే ఇది ఫస్ట్ ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఎగ్జామ్. థియరీ మార్క్స్ ఎంత పెట్టారు? 100 పెట్టారు. ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎంత పెట్టారు? 50 మార్క్స్. టోటల్ ఎంత? 150. అలాగే సెకండ్ ఎగ్జామ్ కూడా 100, ప్రాక్టికల్ 50. వీటిలో 5 మార్క్స్ ఫర్ జనరల్ అండ్ లాగ్ బుక్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, 150. అలాగే థర్డ్ ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రీ యూనివర్సిటీ ఎగ్జామ్, ఒక ప్రీ ఫైనల్ ఎగ్జామ్. ఓకే, ఇది 200 మార్క్స్. వీటిలో కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్స్ 100 మార్క్స్, ఇక్కడ నాట్ 50, 100 మార్క్స్. మొత్తం ఎంత అయింది? యాడ్ చేస్తే మనకి 200 + 100 300 అయింది. ఓకే, 300 మార్క్స్. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసుకుంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఎన్ని మార్క్స్? ఇక్కడ థియరీ 100, సెకండ్ ఎన్ని మార్క్స్? 100, థర్డ్ ఎన్ని మార్క్స్? 200. మొత్తం ఎన్ని అయినాయి? 400 మార్క్స్. ఓకే, 400 మార్క్స్కి ఎన్ని రావాలి పాస్ అవ్వాలంటే? దీన్ని ఎంతగా చేస్తున్నాం మనం? ఈ 400 ఎంతగా చేయాలి? రౌండ్ అవుట్ 40కి చేయాలి. సపోజ్ అతనికి 400కి 100 వస్తే 40కి ఎంత వస్తున్నట్టు? 400కి 100 వస్తే 40కి 10 ఎంత రావాలి? మినిమం ఎంత రావాలి? 16 రావాలి పాస్ అవ్వాలంటే. అర్థమైందా? అలాగే ప్రాక్టికల్లో కూడా 50 ఫస్ట్, అలాగే సెకండ్ దాంట్లో 50, థర్డ్ దాంట్లో 100. ఓకే, మొత్తం 200. 200కి ఎంత రౌండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి మనం? 40కి రౌండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, రౌండ్ చేస్తే 40కి ఎంత రావాలి పాస్? 16 రావాలి. 40కి 16 రావాలి. ఓకే, మరి ఇప్పుడు 16 సరిపోతుందా? 16 + 16 ఎంత? 32 వస్తే పాసా ఫెయిలా? ఫెయిలే. ఎంత రావాలి అంటే ఇక్కడ 16 వస్తే ఇక్కడ ఎంత రావాలి? ఒక దాంట్లో 16 వస్తే ఇంకో దాంట్లో ఎంత రావాలి? 24 రావాలి. ఇక్కడ 24 వస్తే ఇక్కడ 16 రావాలి. ఇక్కడ 24 వస్తే ఇక్కడ 16 రావాలి. అట్లా ఓవరాల్గా ఎంత రావాలంటే 40 రావాలి. ప్రాక్టికల్, థియరీ ప్లస్ ప్రాక్టికల్లో 40 మార్క్స్ రావాలి. ఒరిజినల్గా ఎంత పెడుతున్నాం మనం? ఎగ్జామ్ కీపింగ్ ఇట్ ఫర్ 400 and 200, మేకింగ్ ఇట్ టు 40 and 40. అది మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఓకే, సో మన ఫైనల్లో ఎగ్జామ్ ముందు ఎంత టెన్షన్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. ఈ మార్క్స్ క్యాలిక్యులేషను, ఇది లెస్ చేయటం అంతా కూడా అది చేసుకోవాలి మనం చివరిలో. ఓకే, అసెస్మెంట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా అది 3 అసెస్మెంట్స్. ఓకే, అది ఓకే గ్రూప్ యాక్టివిటీ అంతే.
వాళ్ళు లైబ్రరీ స్టడీ అని, మ్యూజియం స్టడీ అని, సంథింగ్ దే హ్యావ్ యాడెడ్ మోర్. రీసెంట్ గైడ్లైన్స్ రిలీజ్డ్ ఇన్ August 23. ఓకే, August 1, 2023 ఒక గైడ్లైన్స్ రిలీజ్ అయింది. దాని ప్రకారం 500, కొన్ని సబ్జెక్ట్స్కి అయితే 600 ఉంది. సో ఇది మాత్రం ప్రీవియస్ బ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయి కదా, దానికి ఇదే వాడతాము, వాళ్ళకి కొత్తది వాడతాం. సో ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ దే ఆర్ చేంజింగ్. అట్లీస్ట్ నవ్ దే ఆర్ చేంజింగ్. ఐ డోంట్ నో హౌ మెనీ ఇయర్స్ దే విల్ గో ఆన్.
సాయిపైన large group presentation to some subject.
Design a formative assessment. For a subject in your group. ఎవరు అందరూ కలిసి ఒక్కటి చేయండి చాలు. గ్రూప్ మొత్తం కలిసి ఒక్క ఫార్మేటివ్ అసెస్మెంట్ డిజైన్ చేయండి. You are going to conduct one formative assessment for your batch. Any subject you can choose, any subject. You decide. The formative assessment fixed undadu. You can decide. Marks also you can decide, because it is not fixed like internal assessment. Formative assessment you can design. Questionnaire you can design.
only formative assessment. Don't plan the whole internal assessment 100 marks paper. Okay, 20 to 25 marks, or what is your duration, how you want to plan, what method of assessment you want to use, all that you can include in your formative assessment plan.
Minutes, format. Finished? Finished? So, don't give too many questions for formative assessment. It is a small test, like a slip test, we can say, because soon after the topic we will do. Usually for formative assessment, soon after any topic, means one topic if it is completed, there won't be much syllabus. So, we can design in our own way. We have to train them in MCQs or short answer questions, anything. So, it seems, అయిపోయింది.
Hello.
One special announcement, please. Excuse me. Tomorrow, your assignment is given for each group. Each group has to prepare 2 essay questions and 2 scenario-based MCQs. 2 essay questions and 2 scenario-based MCQs, and you have to bring it tomorrow so that we will discuss. Each group, 2 essay questions. Select yourself whatever topic you want. No, only question, not answers. Anything, any topic, whatever, you decide among yourself. So we are giving 1 day before.
ఇదంతా చెప్పాలిగా ఫార్మాట్.
We planned a formative assessment after each clinical posting for 35 marks. It contains each one long case. It contains 15 marks, and 2 short cases each 5 marks, and 2 ASCIIs each 5 marks. Total for 35 marks and 1 hour duration.
So it is at the end of the posting you are planning 1 long case and 2 short cases. Okay. Good, very good.
So we just did it for 30 marks, ma'am. So we are putting short answers, 4 short answers, each carries 5 marks, so 20 marks. And for the rest of the 10, we are putting 5 MCQs and 1 OSCE.
Of the 30 MCQs which we created in the Google Forms, we divide them into image-based questions. Like 10 will be the image-based questions, and remaining will be either like MCQs. Options will be given, and some we just leave a blank for them to write, like a single line answer will be given. And we'll set the timer in Google Forms itself so that the time will be limited to the student, and post that he can't submit the form. And once everyone submits, we just make sure through the email ID we'll accept them, and they'll get the responses of the questions which we give. Like they'll have the answers to the questions which we gave them, so that they'll learn there itself.
Very good. This is online assessment method. Everybody can use that Google form, so that we need not waste time during working hours. They can do at any time, and time is fixed. Everything is fixed, and we can monitor who got how much score. Each question also we can get. How many people have answered correctly this particular question. By that we can frame the item card also for each question. Item card means difficulty index of that question, differentiation index of that question also can be calculated. So that will be very useful, and they will be trained for the next exam also, like image based. Nowadays they are asking more image based questions, so that can be trained. Image will be given. So that is one way that formative assessment they are doing. And this is also clinical side on short cases, MCQs, all this they are including, and total marks. This is flexible, very flexible. Formative assessment flexibility is more. Whatever we want to train them in, that method we can apply for formative assessment. We can design. Like objective structured clinical examinations he has told. For that we have to set up that ASCII model. Then we can train them, because that is the mode of examination in the summative. Okay, so they will be trained in this way. When we are doing in formative, that will be part of our training. So this is the method we are using for summative. So they will score 100 out of 100. That is how we are getting 10% result in CV. Why nobody is responding? We are getting 10% result because of this objective structured examination. Examination method is like that. Because we are sending them, those who are getting 50% marks only, they are becoming eligible. They should not fail actually. Everybody is telling how they got 10%. We are sending them qualified people only, we are sending them. How they will fail? If they are failing means we have sent wrong marks, wrong internal marks. If we are sending the proper people, they have to pass, because 50% they have got here. Isn't it? So it depends on our the training, how we are training them for assessment. Okay, anybody? Those who are completed formative assessment. Have you done, sir?
We have taken this question, madam. We have divided this question into 20 marks based on etiology and definition 2 marks, etiology 2 marks, classification 4 marks, pathophysiology 4 marks, and diagnosis and management 8 marks. We divided.
It is like one essay question you are giving as for formative assessment. And then you cannot include many topics, cannot be covered. One single topic only will be covered. Always formative, we have to prefer much area should be covered, whatever is done. Okay. For that we require to ask from each area, means only small small answer questions only we can use. That is why this is essay question training will be done. Sir has already given. Tomorrow we will be doing that. Do it like means homework, sir. Tomorrow it will be discussed here. Okay.
We are planning to assess the student at the end of regarding his theoretical knowledge, madam. In general medicine, at the end of teaching each topic, to assess regarding that each topic, we will give 20 MCQs and 5 marks questions, 6 questions of 5 marks each. So that we are assessing for 50 marks. MCQs we can cover broader topics, ma'am, with MCQs.
Okay, for knowledge domain, it's perfect. So if you want to assess like them, like clinical side, objective structured clinical assessment can be done. they have done for like at the end of posting, that cases can be given. Very good. Thank you.
Filling the blanks for 10 marks and remaining 30 MCQs, and match the following or some other things like that. For formative.
We can cover more topics and precise answer they need to know to
filling the blanks. So we thought it would be better.
So they are telling that fill in the blanks that they want to give for, means that is their idea. So they want that method. So precise answers they want from the students. They can use that, no problem. Some will prefer giving options because they will be trained for MCQ model, because which is their final assessment. You can choose anything precise because topic is smaller, so that also can be done. There's nothing wrong in that, because we can give that fill in the blanks, true, false, matching, anything, because any of the best innovative method also will be board for them. More than 2 times means again it will be board. So we have to change our teaching method, assessment method frequently, so to keep their attention. అయిపోయిందా ప్రెజెంటేషన్? మళ్ళీ చేస్తారా? ఇంకేమైనా చెప్తారా? Okay, thank you. All the groups have presented? All. Okay. Tea is waiting for us. Let us have tea. And I will just summarize what was done today, starting with what was starting exercise? Group dynamics. Fishbowl activity was done to know how the group should be, group roles and other things, how that should be effective group dynamics. Then followed by taxonomical domains, Bloom's taxonomy. It is known as Bloom's taxonomy. Their domains, objectives, they followed by roles and goals and roles of Indian medical graduates and specific learning objectives. Then after that, teaching learning methods for these particular objectives. And post lunch we had a very good role plays. Then, so all of you are well versed with the method we use for each domain. Okay, these 3 days we will be continuing. So this that same competency which you have written, for that only assessment method, teaching learning method, all this will be discussed. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow sharp 8:45. You have to be here. 15 minutes for previous day report, and then followed by the sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
One last thing. The earlier you come, the earlier you can leave. Sessions will get over first. 8:30 only college opens. So 8:30, if you are coming, we can start sessions early.